Alrighty. Let's see here. So, I want to make sure that my background ambient Star Trek The Next Generation bridge noise is on level with my voice, so it's not overpowering my voice, but it's not inaudible. Looks good visually. The sound, the waveforms look okay. So good. But when people come in, then they can let me know if it's too loud or if it's too distracting or if it's they can't hear it loud enough or whatever. I think it's probably okay. So I have a tentative invitation to run a Star Trek Adventures role-playing game on the Welcome Party RPG Twitch channel in about a month, which I'm very excited about, and I'm very eager to prepare. I have a lot of preparation to do to make the adventure work, but I also... Hi, Nibbler. You dropped your mouse. I also... Whoa. I don't know what just happened. Something weird just happened. Apparently F15 does something different in Photoshop. You know what? There's something wrong with my Twitch. It's not doing what it's supposed to do. My Streamlabs OBS. So I'm going to take a moment while there's not a lot of people here to see if I can fix my hotkeys, because I want you to see my cat who's hanging out with me here, but you can't see him. Photoshop. So the show Photoshop, hide Photoshop, because I also want to be able to show Illustrator if I use it, if I decide to use it. And then there's table cam, F15. Suddenly not working. F15. Oh, maybe I put the social in the wrong place. Table cam is on top of it. If I hide social, oh, I see. Table cam, the folder was hidden. So now F15 still not working. Table cam label. I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Also, the camera is way too close to Nibbler. Hi, Nibbler. Whoa. Because he's sitting up. And there's snacks on the table. You got your mouse? Yeah, good boy. What if we do this? Turn this way, and look at you this way. Okay, okay. But my F15's not working. Hold on. It's not the way it's supposed to be. Streamlabs now has chat and viewer count on screen, and uptime. That's convenient, except you can't change the size of the chat yet, which is too bad. And my hotkey isn't working now. That's too bad. That's sad. F15, show table cam label. F15. The Nibbler's gonna leave now, and I want to hide those parts of the stream, and I can't unless it's, maybe if I do it this way. What does that do? Done. Well, now I did it double. Hold on. It's flickering because I did it double. Just fixing my stream. Technical difficulties. Sorry, I don't have a team to do this, so I gotta do it. If I get rid of this, oops. Clear, 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 done. Now does it work? Yes. Cool. I'll roll it. So my starting point for this project is that I've got a whole bunch of examples of the LCARS interface design for reference to just because like I know how to draw, how to implement things in Photoshop, but I've never drawn any LCARS stuff, so I need to know generally what it looks like. I also got a font. I got the font that LCARS uses, which is Swiss 911 something 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 something. And in addition, I got a couple of Twitch overlays that somebody else made that are for streaming Star Trek Online, but that's for like pretty traditional Twitch streams where you have one person's face that's like maybe no face, or they're in the corner, or they're real big. But a role-playing game that's played remotely with people is more like this. And I got a whole bunch of screenshots from different videos from Welcome Party RPG, the channel that is probably going to be hosting me for a charity live stream for races, the refugee and immigration. I forgot the rest of the acronym, but it's the organization that helps immigrants at the border, especially in Texas. And I got a bunch of these because they're all different layouts. They have certain fundamental similarities and differences. Like, there's generally gonna be like probably about 6 windows, 6 faces, some of which might be live with people and some of which might just be blank if somebody doesn't have a camera working. But there's probably going to be 6, sometimes 7. I looked through all the various examples, and just from my experience with role-playing games and seeing different Twitch streams, the range is basically 4 players, including the game master, to 8, like on the outside. Those are like the smallest and largest number of players that could be on screen, of people, players and game master together, who might need to have rectangles to hold their video streams. And then another thing that's cool about a lot of the Welcome Party RPG ones is that they have slight overlaps of things. Hey, Clastic, how's it going? How are you? How's your night going? How's your day been? They have these things to show their names, which is important. But they also have some decorations sometimes. If it's applicable, they'll have things that show, like this lightning over people's faces. That's kind of cool. Or they'll have some kind of like funny font that's in the theme of what they're playing, that's partially obscuring the bottom of their video rectangle. And also their rectangles have rounded corners sometimes. So these are some of the things I'm thinking about as I get started. And I'm not sure if I want to do this mainly in Illustrator or in Photoshop. Either way, I want to use a lot of layers and be able to modify it and make it easy to edit, because I don't know yet how many players I'm going to have. I tweeted at them to ask how many players they think I'm going to have. I didn't get a response, but I've gotten responses from them before, so I think it's just a difficult question. It's too early to be asking that, and that's totally understandable. So they're probably like, I don't know, I'll tell you soon. I don't know. But my hunch is it's going to be 6, and that's halfway between 4 and 8. That's good. So how about yourself? My day, thank you for asking. It was fine. It was I wanted to stream earlier, but I had some really messed up dreams, and I went to bed too late, and I didn't get enough sleep. And then so I had to take a nap later, and that's why I'm streaming so late now. God, I have these bathroom dreams. I had dreams that like people were walking in off the street while I was on the toilet, and I was at someone's house, and it was like people just kept coming in and being like, make sure you put the toilet paper here in this weird bin that's full of plastic forks. And I was like, what? Why? and so that's kind of been with me. But I was glad that my nap was a success and I got enough sleep. That was the important thing. So I guess on the whole, I had a good day. I was trying to stream this yesterday, and it just took me all day to get ready, because I'm a perfectionist. So tonight I was like, just do it. Doesn't matter whether people come to watch or not. I just want to get it done anyway. Hi, Delaney. How are you doing? Thanks for coming by. So I guess I'll start in Photoshop. I might switch over to Illustrator at some point, because I do think this is an Illustrator-like task. But whatever. I mean, it's ultimately got to be pixels, and it's they're both going to be okay for this. The same issue? Which issue? The bathroom dreams, or not knowing whether to use Photoshop or Illustrator? So let's do this LCARS overlay 1. Well, actually, not 1. Let's do 6, what are they called? Video windows? 6 people. Okay, PSD. And, sorry, that's the wrong button. I said open, didn't I? I meant new. Perfection thing, yeah. And a lot of like what I'm trying to do for Twitch is just to like, just don't worry about it so much. Just start, and then like get my brain used to doing it, because that's the hardest part to change. Everything else, like having everything perfect, that's comes, you know, with a lot of work and practice. Frustrated and mildly worried over some bullshit I don't want to go into in a second, but okay, really, how are you doing, Joe? I'm doing pretty good. I'm getting kind of hungry, so I brought my dinner in, so I'll be eating. Finally decided to dive in. I have. So, I'm gonna do an art stream, and if while I have you chatting, if you could tell me if the sound is good or not good, please let me know so I can adjust it. The background you should be hearing is noises from Picard's bridge. If you don't hear noises from Picard's bridge, I should turn it up. If they're overwhelming and unnecessary, I should turn it down. Make sure my voice is easy to make out. Okay. It's fine, coming in clear. Not much background noise, sounds good to me. Vocal is good. Okay, I'm gonna just try pumping up this background noise so that it's audible, so that you notice it. And also make sure that with my mouth full, that you can still hear me and understand me without trouble, without too much competition. I don't hear that, but I hear you really well. Okay, I'm gonna pump it up. Do you hear it now? Do you hear the sounds of the Enterprise? They're supposed to be coming through. Just background noise, but like beeps and stuff. That looks like it's way too loud. Background still isn't coming in well. But there's a problem when you pump it too high. What is the problem? Can you describe the problem? Please explain. That's weird. That's good. I turned it down. But tell me what the problem was if you can put it into words, because I'm curious. I was going to play music or just have silence, but I was like, you know what? There's certain sounds on YouTube you can use for Star Trek that are pleasant. Okay, what size do I want this? I want a big thing. None of these are the right size. So I want probably a screen. What is the size of a, like this, right? 1920 by 1080. So the beeps and words are fine if a little too quiet, where it is right this second. I'll just turn it up a little bit. But when you turned it up, there's a, what's the word? Like, there's wind. I mean, that is the sound effect, is ambient engine. It's supposed to be engine noise, but there was another sound I tried that was just engine noise. It's like the 12-hour engine noise that's like to lull you to sleep, basically, to make you feel like, oh, I'm listening to Star Trek. But there's nothing. I'm just on the ship. It's nice. I don't love the delay. How long is the delay? I'm reading them as soon as they pop up, but sometimes there's right here, right now. Joe is fine. You mean my vocals? I mean, I'm talking kind of loud. I can move this a little closer so I don't talk too loud. Don't want to wake the neighbors. It's all fine right here. Okay. So that's a good level then. This is just a good point for me to know visually where this waveform should be. Because, yeah, I mean, the wind by itself, it didn't really sound like anything if you didn't have the picture of the starship. It just sounded like, why is there this noise? What's that noise? So that with the beeps and the whirs, I thought maybe it's pleasant. Maybe it's not. Okay, background contents. White, black. Actually, black. Okay, so here's my starting point. I want this bottom layer to be not a background layer, because I actually want transparency, probably. So I'll call this one, because it's important to label your layers if you're going to get complicated. Background, just BG black. Before you mentioned there were background noises at all, I thought I was hearing things, or getting the audio equivalent of artifacts like you do sometimes, as in imagining things. I like it, but I'm watching a lot of TNG lately. It's an experiment. I think silence is perfectly reasonable for art. And then there's like Pretzel Rocks music, which is so-so, but legal. And then there's like good music, which is like not that legal, but doesn't really get you in trouble. And I was like, let's just do... And then there's silence, which is also fine, because it can just talk, and that's fine. What's wrong with that? But here's where I would need to pick one of these basic layouts to start with. So some of the elements I need, I want to have, for this version, I want to have 6 boxes for people, a place for text to explain the stream, to put some branding of what game is it, what channel is it, and what's the charity stream about, and then also a place to put information, game information, as well as names and pronouns and Twitter handles, and character names under people or near people's faces. But sometimes there's times where you want to have game information, like this map. You know, this a cheesy map, but it's like serves its purpose. I don't expect to be using maps very much, because Star Trek doesn't really lend itself to maps for battles. It's just it's not generally in the style. But I do expect to have character sheets from Google Sheets, or things about work tracks when there's things that are happening in the game that have a visual representation, like how much threat, how much momentum, various game mechanics that you can show the current status of things, people's character sheets, NPCs' character sheets, pictures of species. So some place to put game information visually. This one kind of has 2. Like there's a map, and then there's some kind of text thing. But basically, but this one has 1, and I think probably I just want 1 for now. So this, let me save this, this blank thing, and my strategy, I realized that, like, since I haven't done an LCARS design before, I don't know how long it's going to take and how detailed I'm going to get. But what I want to do is start functional and get decorative, and make it so that as soon as possible, I want it to be adequate, and like, this will work. It's not wrong. It's just not the way I want it yet. But I don't want to get caught up in the details in one corner and just have it be like, oh, this takes me forever and I don't have time for this. Forget it. Abandon the project. I want to get it working first, and then cooler as I go, incrementally. So this will be LCARS, Twitch overlay, 6 people, 1, because I'm probably going to have different versions. And I want to take one of these. I'll start with something that has, I need 6 people, and info. So maybe this, where it's got small faces, maybe that's okay, because the size of the faces doesn't matter that much. I mean, like on Twitch, my face is kind of small right now. That's fine. It's kind of big for if there were 6 people, but it's small since I'm the only one talking. Like, this is a little bigger on the people, and there's less room for stuff, because it's 3 columns of 2 each. Here it's 2 columns of 3 each, so there's a whole other column of stuff. And I don't know, I just have to pick. Or you can help me pick. And then there's one. This is cool. So 2 columns, 2 on top, and then some space. I kind of like this one. This one feels the most interface-like somehow, for some reason. So if I go approximately like this, and I just just do this. Actually, no, let me take the whole thing and just paste it as a layer here and just make it, oops. It's been a little while since I did Photoshop on Windows. Put it here and then use it as a guide for making some rectangles. So here's a rectangle of presumably the expected dimensions. And I want that. So let's just do this. Make another layer. So this is a reference. Reference 6 people. This layer is going to be player boxes. And I'm going to fill it in with color just for positioning first. Color. The color will be, hang on, like a green, whatever. Just for positioning. Actually, maybe, no, I'm doing it wrong. I want to switch to quick mask mode. So I want to do that, and invert it, don't I? Hold on. Undo that, invert. How does quick mask work? Yes. Invert the selection. Select everything except that box. Go to quick mask. So now, this is duplicating. What I'm trying to do is duplicate the exact size and shape of that rectangle. Let me get a tighter selection on there, so I don't have too much trouble with it. Okay. And these aren't lined up perfectly, which is another argument for doing this in Illustrator. I might redo it in Illustrator once I know what I want it to look like. I don't know what I want it to look like yet. I'm still playing around. I feel like Photoshop might be better for playing around. What I don't have is a really good way to line these up super great. I could put guides. I should put guides first. I forgot about that. New guide. Where's rulers? Can I just pull guides out of rulers? Good. So let's do a bunch of these. Yeah, so we'll lock that. Can I just put guides down automatically? So this is 4 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want 4 columns. New guide layout. Columns. 4 columns. And okay. With gutters. Gutter of 20 pixels. Seems okay. Yeah. I like that. I think I like that. Actually, let's make a bigger gutter. Let's do 40. I noticed that the screenshot I got of them is not the same dimensions as my document. So my 1920 might be incorrect. Oh, hold on. Let's see if that's true. First of all, let's just take what I have so far. And here's this. We'll just save the selection. Everything except people. And I'll invert it and fill it just, oops. Invert it and fill it. What did I just do? Did I mess up my layout? No, it's fine. It's fine. That's Illustrator. Silly. Select, no. Hold on. There we go. Calmly and correctly. Okay, I haven't lined them up yet. They're not quite exactly right, but just for reference, I want to fill them with color in order to make sure I know what's what. Foreground color, player boxes, and this is going to be approximate. I can rearrange them a little bit to line them up properly. But first, let me go to one of my other references and see if it's got the same issue of its dimensions. Okay, so this one does have the aspect ratio that I expected, 1920 by 1080, whatever that aspect ratio is. That's a common screen shape and a common Twitch aspect ratio. So I'm comfortable with that choice. The one that I picked just happens to be slightly different than that, but it doesn't matter because it's just the gist of what they did that I want to try to copy. So if I go back to what I was doing, which is load the selection that I had, go back to quick mask, wait, invert the selection, because quick mask is the other way. Oops, sorry. Invert. What is invert? Shift Control I. Let's get good at Photoshop. Shift Control I. Invert. Back to quick mask, and not really the point though, because I wanted to put guides down first. So let's put guides. Let's clear this guide that I don't really need. Center guide. Let's clear guides and put a bunch of guides on. New guides, just columns first. 4 columns with a gutter of maybe 40. Yeah, I think I might want that 40 because I'm gonna want some chrome around it. But there's, yeah, I want margins because I want the edges, I want the outside edges to have room as well. And I want the inside parts to be, I think I would just want 40 all the way around. I want the inside parts to be where the people go, where the windows go. Is that gonna work? Maybe 30? 30, 30, 30, 30, gutter 30. That's good. I think that's close to what they had. Alright. And then for rows, what do I want for rows? I don't know. Certainly not 4. What if I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? 7? 16 by 9, thank you. 38 minutes and I've gotten to making a grid. Alright. Rows, maybe 7 rows. So if it's 7 rows, then it's it has room for this organizational structure, kind of, but the dimensions are off. The dimensions are off. So maybe 6 rows. And maybe the rows aren't really that important. I don't see yet that they're important, but they might be important later. Let's just not bother. Water bottle status sense and saw now. Thank you, Delaney. We don't have the benefits of a very reliable hydration bot. The Stay Hydrated bot. It used to be reliable, but you know, they don't make them like they used to. Or rather, they do. There's only one way they've ever made them. They're Twitch bots. They're new. You know what they say about automation. It puts everybody out of business who was like in the factory typing things in by hand into Twitch chat. Is that what they say? Or that it should lead to utopia, and for some reason it does the opposite only because of capitalism. Sure, yeah, those are some of the things they say. So now, if I take these, oh, they're all on one layer. So I'm grouping them all like that. Well, if I take them and move them, actually I'll move both of these over like this. What's happening? I'm using the wrong key because I'm used to a Mac. Okay, so if I move these little boxes like this, then let's see what happens. If I do this, can I get this to be centered in these grid line things? Yeah. Potato, potato. I'd say bad management incentivized by current capitalist practices, but you know, yeah, exactly. That's why I'm at. I actually meant the fact that people have to work when there isn't any reason for them to work. Really, there isn't. For the most part. We have the resources for them not to. For most things, they could work less. They could work a little bit, but not a lot. Would still be fine. It just wouldn't have as many rich people. Which would be nice. Just wouldn't be nice for the rich people. Anyway. So, I think I raised that a little bit for some reason. But I still have the other ones as reference. So right now I'm in quick mask mode. Right, so I have the green things are where I place where they originally were, approximately. And these red, dark green things are the selections, which I'm moving to their new spots. And this is, I think I should turn on not lock guides, but snap to. Snap to guides. Snap is on. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should just resize them. Am I in quick mask mode? I am in quick mask mode. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe instead, what I should be doing is drawing a new rectangle that is the same... no, I should just take one of these rectangles. And I should resize it to fit in this grid. That's what I'll do. You're fine, I'm not against dragging the system down, I'm just not necessarily against not. I just want the work done, if you know what I mean. Sure. Whatever work has to get done, has to get done. As long as there's no exploitation and people get to live comfortable lives instead of having very few people living comfortable lives and reaping the benefits of everybody else not living comfortable lives at all. And this is a perfectly valid topic for a stream that's partly about Star Trek. So, we'll put some grid lines here. This looks pretty good. Why is this snapping here? I don't know. But I'm going to put grid lines down where it looks like they belong. Not there. That already has a grid line. But I'm going to move these. What I need to do is zoom in. And I need to snap to grid. I guess. I'm still figuring out what I'm doing. I don't have a detailed plan, just kind of like figuring out what seems like it'll work. What doesn't make sense is I haven't resized these to fill the grid yet, which I really need to do. There might not be the same type of work, and people do not like change. Yeah, well, things change. They just have to get used to it slowly, you know. And then there's the propaganda that comes from the ruling class that, oh no, bad things will happen if we change. Oh no. So people vote against their own interests. Or vote by agreeing not to revolt. Okay, so that's the new size. Let me change that. This is player boxes exact. And player boxes exact is where we're going to change. I'm going to take... I'm not doing this strictly the right way, but it's okay. I'm going to make this purple for player boxes exact. And then copy it and keep it aligned and snap to the grid here. So now we'll have things that are aligned, as opposed to just being where I kind of got them close, but not exact. Now it's aligned, and it should exactly fill the grid pretty perfectly. Close. It's maybe a pixel off. I can live with it. Oh no, a pixel, or half a pixel. Oh no. It's okay. And then save. As long as I'm adding layers, saving is fine. I'm not destroying my work. Sorry, we're having word crossover confusion. I just mean that I've got the goal of justice, mercy, utopia, all that jazz, and I'm not super tied down to capital or commune or whatever model to get there. I'm one of those. Sure, I mean, that's the important thing. The important thing is that people don't suffer. People have the ability to live without a lot of extra unnecessary trouble. That's basically it. Okay, so there's this, and now we're going to make a copy of this and stick it here. They have so many good layouts on that channel. I was like, whatever layout I pick, I'm going to be like, oh, it's not the best one. I could have done one of the other ones, but gotta pick something. Can always do it again. And once I have this done, then I can, it probably will be easier to do it again if I want to. So now we got these. Stick them over here. Snap it on. How's that looking? Looks good. Looks good. Okay, cool. So now we have the layout for where the camera things could be. And now we can use that to... What? What is this? Oh dear. Oh no. There's a little thing right here. A little thing. And I think that thing might have come from over on the left side. So let's go back a few steps. How do you undo? Undo, undo, undo. Oh, you just keep undoing. Okay. Yeah, I think when I selected this, I did it too wide, and it ended up grabbing a little bit of the neighboring stuff because it snapped to it. And even now it's snapping in a way that's unpleasant. Okay, there we go. That's what I want to do. Okay, copy and duplicate, and align horizontally, and then stick this into here. And then we gotta zoom in to line it up as perfectly as possible. That's pretty good. Alright, so now if I select this, it's just these things. Save and save selection as people. That's the people. So now we have the black background and the selection for the people, and we can delete that selection from the black background. And if we hide the guides, how do you hide the guides? Clear guides, lock guides, yeah, lock guides, but also hide guides, which is what? Which is probably this, yeah. Then there's the starting point. And then there's a box for where the stuff goes. So I will want to block out where the box is. Must have been more lost than I thought, since for some reason I thought you were putting the pink over the green. I was putting the pink over the green. The green was where I was just starting to like keep a bookmark of where I had done work already, where I was approximately cutting out their stuff and then moving it over into my grid. The pink is where I made a grid and aligned the boxes perfectly to the grid, and like measured them a little bit and put them where I wanted them. And then, but that was just positioning reference, so that I could cut those out of the black. So now so now we're done. Twitch overlay complete. We have a black overlay with boxes, which is totally useless because you could just do this in OBS. You could just put boxes on a black background. But I just wanted a starting point that's functionally like, fine. So now if you put the cameras behind this, as opposed to in front of it, it will work. And that's something. So now, there's going to be a lot of text and a lot of doodads. And I might redo this as I experiment, but I want to start putting some doodads like this. Doodad style. Some LCARS bits. You're not putting them to the grid line. I did put them to the grid line, didn't I? These are the grid lines. I'm not putting them to... I'm not worried too much about these grid lines here. Actually, what is this grid line? What is this from? I'm not sure. But the aspect ratio of these boxes was... I think it matched what was on the other one. What is this grid line? That's a good question. So my reference shows this. So their aspect ratios, I guess I was supposed to do this. And then that's like grid lines for the reference height of the side people boxes. The green was a rough, so it can be ignored, where the pink doesn't overlap it. Right, exactly. And the pink is trying to be exact. I think what is maybe troubling me, though, is that my aspect ratio might be incorrect. Where did I get that aspect ratio? How did I generate the pink? It's too tall. And I don't have an explanation for why, other than it was a process mistake of some kind. Unless I took one of these boxes and I just expanded it so that it would fill my grid correctly. So if I go to the green, which is where I approximately covered the people, and I take one of these, like this one, because that is, that's actually not a very good... I don't think I did a very good job of that. And now it's bothering me because I feel like all of them are too tall, and like this is the part that's like gotta be correct. Everything else is decorative, but the where do the people's boxes go and what are their shapes, that's very, very important. Gotta peace out, brother's home, need to talk to him. Don't forget your water. I'll be back if I can. Have a good night. Joe and Clastic, thank you so much. Delaney, thanks for hanging out and chatting. Have a nice night with your brother. So after being so confident about how great all that was, I think it was incorrect. What looks better is probably this here. Well, sort of. Let me just zoom in. Let me try again. I think I know what I'm doing a little bit better now. So let's assume that this is correct aspect ratio. Avoid snapping to the grid. And we'll go to, let's just do this again. New color, a light blue, and fill this in. And then with this single reference, let's get this into the grid, starting with the top of the grid. And then resizing without changing its aspect ratio. How do you do that? Nope. Shift. Nope, not shift. Option. Not option. Well, maybe option. Not that. Not whatever that was. So it's not option shift. It's just option. But that does a weird thing because it moves it from the center, which isn't quite what I want. It's so weird. How do you just keep it the same aspect ratio but leave the far corner alone? I thought it would be shift. It's not shift. That's so weird. So weird. Control just moves a point. You don't want that. Option shift? Absolutely not. Control option? No. Shift control? No. Alright. Option. Weird. We'll just have to do it the hard way. Put that in there, and then be like, well, that's not quite right, so option some more, pull it out, put it back in till it snaps, and then see if it's correct in the upper corners. If it matches the grid. I think so. So if it matches the grid, then this is where my bottom grid line should be. Because I've slightly increased the size of the reference picture. So let's unlock these guides and take them away. How do you take away grid lines? Like this. And we'll put a new grid line there, snapping to that. And this is my new reference rectangle. So I'll take it and put it here to this grid line. Is that correct? No. That's correct. And then we'll take both of them together. And duplicate onto this side. Why aren't we snapping to the grid? I want to snap to the grid. To the guides. Guides, layers, document bounds. Don't know. Because you don't always get what you want. Because software isn't perfect. Scooch it over. Looks good. And then we'll take one of them. Because now I'm more confident that they're the right aspect ratio. Put one of them and stick it to the grid lines here, which is still curiously not snapping, but okay. That snapped, and that snapped. Nice. So now that looks good, and that means that I have a reference for the bottom, which I'll just snap to there, and then this one can just snap to here. That's snapped pretty well. Okay, so this is my new player boxes exact. Player boxes. Okay, let's get rid of these layers. They were learning experiments. And those are my new player boxes, which means that this, what's this tool called? Move, yeah, B. That this line is in the wrong place. It needs to go about there. So now we got top and bottom, left and right guides around the people and around the gutters and around the margins, which the margins are all 30 pixels. And I hope that I still like 30 pixels later. But once I have a design, then I'll probably be able to like tweak it and re-implement it more easily. 'Cause part of it's that like I'm figuring out how to do it technically while drawing it, coming up with the ideas. Which I might want to sketch some of it with a Wacom tablet or something. What's going on? Why am I missing a box? What's going on? Hello? How do I see this person's face? That's incorrect. Let me fix that. That's nonsense. What is this nonsense? Okay. Okay, that's good. It snapped well. It's well snapped. Well snapped, well snapped. So let's get rid of this because it was incorrect. Do it again. Real simple. Black background. And fill it with blackness. Alright, so we got the selection. Take it over here. Delete them out of there. Save. Now, I do want to put some text. I don't know what the text should be. there's a few things. So if I look at some of the stuff here, they have like the game they're playing. That's good. Because like I can put Welcome Party RPG, that's the channel. I could put the name of the game, Star Trek Adventures. Both of those things are visible as metadata on the stream. You can like see them in the description. But they are also, like, as far as thematic decorations go, it's kind of nice to be able to see the name of the game. And their style appears to be mostly that they show the name of the game, not that they show their Welcome Party RPG logo on the screen all the time, because that's elsewhere in the Twitch interface. And that makes sense, I think. And there's something else, which is that when we do this, it's a charity stream for races, which I should remember what races stands for. Races with an I is the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. I guess the L is not used. Races, Texas, the Refugee and Immigrant Center for Education and Legal Services. It's long and hard to remember the whole thing. So there'll be a charity stream thing. There'll be probably bars for how much how much money has been made so far, things like that. I don't know. There'll be the Tiltify link if they're using Tiltify, which I hope they are. And some of that'll be in chat, but some of it'll be on the screen. So I want to be ready to add that stuff, but I don't have to add everything now. So I also want to think about the center box and what information goes in it. And I don't know if I want these people boxes to be this big. This might be too big, because there's not enough decorative space in between them to put a lot of Star Trek looking stuff. But I'll see how it looks. I can redo it. So let me get the first I'll just look at the Star Trek Adventures logo, which I haven't set up on this stream showing my browser, but I can add that to the stream. Star Trek Adventures logo, if it has a logo. It's from Modiphius. It kind of has a logo. Yeah, it has a logo. A bit, I guess. But I don't necessarily have to use the logo. I can just write the words using the font. Star Trek Adventures. And now I need a color palette. And the color palette's going to come from my references. The references that I have over here. So let's do color palette. Let's pick one of these that looks very Star Trek-y. This one's pretty good. And let's make a color palette out of it. And if I want to spend even more time on this, I can do what Speak and Sundry did and have like yellow alert and red alert versions that I can push buttons for. That assumes that I have control over the current overlay. I don't know yet if I'll be able to use this overlay when I'm game mastering for Welcome Party. I have no idea. I just thought it would be cool, and I also think that well, basically I'm putting in time to learn how to run the game, and that's an investment in my skills that I would probably want to use more than once. I might as well run other games, so if I can find players who want to play on my stream, I might do some practice games before the big event, or I might do some of my own streams playing just for fun after the event even. So if they don't want me to use what I create today for the charity stream, that's perfectly fine. I can still use it for my own purposes, and it's partly just because, like, as an artist, it was something I wanted to see done, and it wasn't done, and I was like, I just want it done. I want to have it. So let me get a big giant paintbrush and make a layer where I'm gonna put each of these colors. This one, this one, this one, this. So this is a color palette. It's not the only option. There's a bit of a gradient here. I have this orange, and I have this canary yellow, and I have this off-white, and then there's this magenta and this light violet. That's it. That's it. And having the color palette, and then there's some red. Having the color palette be very limited can be a good thing. And the red, I think, just like here, it should be used in very small moderation. So here we have palette. And I'll just add that here for now. And then save it. And now the reason why I'm concerned about the narrow gutters that I put between my people boxes is that the decoration, the design principles of LCARS shows narrow bands of interface rectangles in between the, oh, you can't see my cursor, that's too bad. In between the like horizontally, the horizontal pieces that are between two vertical sections are, I guess I can point. The horizontal pieces are very narrow, but the vertical pieces, like, sorry, oops, these columns over here, these are very wide. And where's another example? Where's another example? Oh, how do you navigate? You go Control Tab, and then Control Shift Tab to go backwards. So these are supposed to be wide, and having them be narrow is not very LCARS. LCARS likes to have skinny things on the top and wide things on the left. So that's an impediment to my design, where I chose this for its interestingness and its sort of interface-like form. Now I'm wondering if I'd be better off. I mean, I learned stuff doing this, so I'll be faster each time I do it. But I'm wondering if I would be better off with a 2x3 grid, so that I can have still not too small of a picture for people, but I can have wider gutters to have the LCARS pieces in between them while still looking like LCARS. Unless I can find a counterexample like this. So here there's a somewhat narrower gutter that's vertically dividing two sections, and some of the gutters between top and bottom sections are narrow, but then there's this margin which is very, very wide, and that's interesting here. But most of the time, the biggest convention is bigger gutters vertically, smaller gutters horizontally, like that. And to be recognizable as LCARS, it is advisable to have wide horizontal gutters and small vertical ones. So if I wanted to do that, I would need a lot of space between the people the people boxes. Which suggests that this might not be the best choice to do an LCARS one. Okay, I'm okay with that possibility. So if I did one that was, well, this is only 5 people. I'm starting with the assumption that there's going to be 6 people. I don't know if that's correct. I can redo this in different ways for when there's 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, 7 people, 8 people, depending on how much work it is to do each one, how modular I can make my design. But I want to start from a place where I want to start from 6, and I also want the ability, if possible, to have more information on screen. We can see from examples here that when you have 6 people, it's harder to have information. Although here, they did it. They did a Brady Bunch thing. It was a 3x3 grid, and because they had space for basically 2 more sections, this one and this one, in what the number 7 gave them on a grid, they ended up putting more information. If they had 8 people, then they'd have a little bit less information. There aren't a lot of examples where there's 8 people. So I doubt they would want that because it's a lot. And I'm not going to focus on it. I'm going to focus on 6 first. But I do want the 6. I think it would be cool if the 6 had room for more stuff. I think it's kind of a crucial decision, but I guess I'm overthinking it because I could just do it again if I really wanted to. Because I liked this one for its ability to have more stuff, but now I regret it because the gutters are way too small, I think. The gutters that are vertical between 2 things, like this gutter here. So I guess I should have these top and bottom, and there just isn't necessarily room to have much else. Because if you have a layout like this, there just isn't. I guess there's this. There's that little bit of space you could do. But even this, like, to do that, there's basically a 4th column here. And that 4th column means that they have these narrow gutters here. One of my LCARS examples is specifically about showing a whole bunch of sections and faces. This one I like because it has kind of a 2x3 grid already. It's got like the 2 columns happening here, 1 column and 2 column, and then it's got this top section, and then this middle section, and this bottom tiny little section. So it sort of shows how you could approach laying things out with LCARS. But that horizontal principle is getting in my way quite a bit. I gotta conquer it. I gotta solve it. And this is good because it's got a whole bunch of little sections that are a little bit chaotic in their grid layout, but kind of interesting. What to do? I feel like the Hearthstone hurry up voice is telling me my time is running out, but it's not. I can take as long as I want with this. It's my project. I'm just drawing, I'm just thinking and drawing. This one is super busy, but kind of in a good way, because it shows how small you can get with the lines, with the sections, and to have the boxes that are surrounded by decoration be like sizable sometimes. Like here's sort of a box surrounded by decoration. It's filled with decoration because it's just an LCARS nonsense example, but it's it gives me some ideas of what I could do. What I'm trying to decide is, if I'm doing 6 people, can I reasonably do 6 people and a play area? Or is it going to be no play area? I think there should be a little bit of a play area. And this, I don't know what this is. I got this somewhere, but it's 3x3, but each one is its own separate LCARS thing. If you just put boxes of people's faces in here, it would not look like LCARS at all. It would just be, it would look like, okay, you have bars above and below, that's something, but it's not, it doesn't remind me of Star Trek, really. This is one where it shows what you can do with showing a lot of visual information that's real information, not just busy nonsense. This is, don't know what this is from. I guess this is a Star Trek Online interface, maybe. But they've adapted it so that they are using not as wide of horizontal border around the people, which is interesting. So maybe the principle that I can use here is big margins on the outer edges and not quite as wide between the people. That's interesting. It doesn't help, it doesn't solve the problem by itself. This is also kind of like not quite as wide here as it is in some of the other ones, but it still looks like Star Trek, and that's partly because of this stuff. The big difference between the ratio of the top one to the side one is very different, and that's very LCARS-ish. Down here, where it's like this is approximately the same width as this, that is less LCARS-like. It doesn't look as Star Trek-y as the top part does. So reviewing all those, getting those concepts into my head, I come back to here, and I'm like, how can I squeeze all of that stuff into my left margin, squeeze it into my right margin top, and then also between the people, and have it still look right? And the answer is, I don't really see how I can. So I'm thinking one might come join us. I'm thinking I need to pick a different layout. That's my learning. That's what I've learned. So the easy way is to just say, oh, we'll have 5 people. Well, I don't know that. I think from these examples that 6 is quite likely. And there's this one, which is much more compatible with what I've been saying. And they only did this because they had 7 people. I think that's clear. Because 7 people is hard, so they had to shrink it down. So this is more of a 7-person layout. But I think I could take from this the idea of a 3x2 layout where it's 3 tall, 2 wide, and have a lot of chrome stuff and a lot of room in the middle for information. And have it be a lot of horizontal space in between things. That would be much more Star Trek-like. So let's try that. I like that. This screenshot is not as delightful as some of the others because they're not smiling, but that's irrelevant to the task at hand. There's the palette. Let's hide the palette, and let's get this example here. To fill the screen. I do wish I could figure out the easiest way. Oh, the easiest way is no hands on any keys at all. Okay, that's a good idea to try, I guess. Didn't occur to me. Hi, Nibbler. Nibbler's playing with a mouse. Good boy. Nope, that's my dinner. Bye, Nibbler. There goes Nibbler's butt. Well, he's still on camera. Anyway, so there's this. So this is reference for 6 people with 2 columns. Reference 6 people, 2 columns, which means the other one is reference 6 people, 3 columns. And this, I guess I could take my boxes again and just see if they're about the right size. I've already got them the right aspect ratio. And I can copy one. And I might have to make a new grid. I will have to make a new grid. But let's see. I want to do something. I guess this grid doesn't matter anymore because all the information of this grid is essentially contained in the player box's blue layer. So this is player box's 30 pixel margin. And this new one, if I copy one of those boxes, is going to be... Nope. Nope. What's going on? Oh, those layers on top. Okay. This one, if I change its color to like a maroon, basically I'll have one here, one here, one here, but not exactly, because I want to have a wide margin on the side to put the extra chrome stuff, and a bit on the top and bottom for chrome stuff. So I want all of this stuff kind of squashed towards the middle a little bit. I could put it, these guides don't matter, so let's clear all these guides. These guides are wrong. Clear guides, clear canvas guides? What does that mean? No idea. Oops. Let's do new guide, new guides from shape. Oh, cool. Well, that's not what I want though. So new guide layout, and I want, well, it's weird, right? It's not a conventional grid system because I already did have 4 columns and it meant the gutters were too narrow. So, but it's not a conventional 3 column system either, because then they're still too narrow. Well, the gutters, I guess the point is I want enormous gutters. Let's like 120 pixel gutters. That's okay. But it's not quite right. And then the margin, these could be 120 all the way around. Ay. Okay. Not the top. Not the top and bottom. The top and bottom can be 30. So if you have that, then you've got plenty of room to put the necessary chrome stuff. And now the question is, what's the aspect ratio of this box when put into here? So if I do this, holding no buttons, which I now understand, I think Photoshop changed that rule like a couple years ago, and it has driven a lot of people a little batty. That the default is to keep the aspect ratio of the object you're resizing. You no longer hold a key to do it. It was the opposite before, so that's a little confusing. Is this... I don't know what aspect ratio this is, but it's not the same aspect ratio as these boxes. So that's interesting. So let me draw let me copy one of these and see that there's precedent on this channel for a box that is like this. And so if I resize this to fill one of these columns, it's only this tall. So that's helpful, because it means that this other one, I don't need to worry about how very tall that is. So if I use this as my shape, let's see if that helps me. So if I do it, oops. Is this locking? No. Oh, that's lock guides. I'm at snap. It's snapping. Yes, it is snapping. Snap to guides. Great. And then put one up here. And then put one in between them. That could work. It could work. And then if I take all of these, I should be able to align them. No, take these three, align them perfectly, and also make them have the same distances between them. Did that work? If I do this, and then I select all three of these, and I do this, good. That's what I wanted. And also they're all aligned on the left side, or whatever. Okay, so doing that, now we have different layers for different boxes. That's okay, no big deal. This is person, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one is person 4, this is person 5, this is person 6. And now I'll copy all of them and move them, copy them all over here. And then we have person 1, 2, and 3. Having them on separate layers is kind of nice, just to be able to scooch them around when I want to, because Photoshop thinks of objects in terms of layers, and I don't have to use as many fingers to try to separate them out. I could also group them. I make a folder, group people. Put all the persons into people. Get rid of the blue. I got my new grid lines. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. And now I have a framework that I like better for stuff. I don't have a ton of space in between them for people's names and other information. Putting the names partially over the faces is cool in a way, but it's also not very Star Trek. Not very LCARS. It is very consistent for this channel. They do that a lot. But it's not really something that happens in Star Trek interfaces. Usually. So I would want to be able to put their names underneath. I can put them next to them, but only if they have short names, you know? The LCARS design is not practical. It's got a bunch of stuff that you have to be an expert in the system to know what all these buttons do. And of course, in reality, they do nothing. But they look interesting. Like, sort of looks like an airplane cockpit where you don't know what anything does. I'm thinking they should be smaller. The boxes, I think, should be a little bit smaller. Like, I could do another grid Now that I've seen what happens when I use these numbers for the grid, 120 and 30, I could have the horizontal ones be more like 140 or something. Sorry, the vertical ones. Have the vertical ones be like 140 thick. See what that looks like. Clear guides. What is the difference between clear guides and clear canvas guides? Clear selected artboard guides. I do wish you could like have a set of guides and do them like save one set of guides and another set of guides. You could do that with like if you wanted to make your own, make a new document, I guess. Okay. So if I do that, then the boxes will shrink. There'll be a little bit more space in between them. Just experimenting. We'll see. We'll see if this is good or not good. Duplicate. Duplicate group. People copy. Okay. So now people copy. Let's resize. Oops. Resize this box. Maybe I should have used Illustrator, but it's fine. This is fine. Resize this to be like this. And get rid of these. Is this snapped? Is this aligned correctly? Maybe. Nope. Somewhere in there. That's good. And then duplicate it down to the bottom. Make sure that that is aligned. Okay. Then put one in between them. Oh, look at that. It's helping me out by snapping to where it's exactly the same distance between them. Cool. And then copy these over here. There. Now there's more room for text in between them, or some kind of bars that have room for everybody's names and stuff. So I think I like that a little better. What I didn't change is the top and bottom margins, because I didn't know what to set them to. And I feel like that might be okay. Or it might be real bad. Maybe I should have a top margin that's bigger. Let me see some more examples. It's nice to have a top, especially a top margin. Because then you can put title stuff along the top, which does happen a lot. So the top margin. Let's try this again. New guide layout. The top margin could be like 60. And then these go down. And then these get what? This, and this, and this get spaced equally. And it looks like that. Which gives a little more room for a title or something on the top. So that's probably good. And then the center will have space for something, some area of interest. Okay, so save this. And I think now... Let me get rid of this. No. Get rid of this extraneous guide. Oh. Clear canvas guides. Weird. New guide layout. That thing that I said. Okay. With the margins. Center columns. Clear existing guides. Ah, I see, I didn't just say clear existing guides the other time. Okay. I don't know why I couldn't move that, though. It was weird. So now... let's get rid of this, and this is still mildly interesting to me, but we'll see if I ever come back to that. So now I think what I want to do is, let's just replace this. This is going to be filled with black again, and then cut out again. Filled with black. And then this. Whoa. Select these. And select all of them. And then go to the black background and delete. Okay. So that's another starting point. And I think now I should start putting the rounded rectangles of LCARS on. So the basic construction begins with a rounded rectangle, which is apparently in some designs it's stretched horizontally. It's not a perfectly rounded circle on the side, it's an oval. But other times it is a circle. And I think that the circle might be more accurate. The circular rounded rectangle corner. That just looks to me more likely to be what's intended in LCARS. I don't know which of these is from actual Star Trek episodes and which ones are not, but I don't think any of these are. But like this one has both. It has a circular one and a not circular one. This is like a not circular rounded corner, and this is a circular rounded corner. I think probably let's just go with circular ones. Can't think of a compelling reason not to. So let's make rounded rectangles. Let's just play around with it. How do you... Here we go. Option, scroll wheel, on the cursor is good. But that's too far. So let's just do... If it's a rectangle, it's got to have a color. So we need a color palette. Let's get that palette back. So let's use this orange. That seems to be fairly popular with the kids these days. Alright, so that rounded corner is too sharp. And so I need to figure out how to change it dynamically. How do you change it dynamically? Let's find out. Photoshop, rounded, rectangle, keyboard, shortcut, change radius. Keyboard shortcut for the rounded rectangle corner radius. Square brackets. Adding shift will increase or decrease the radius in increments of 10 pixels. Square brackets. So square brackets, bigger and smaller. Adding shift does it in 10 pixels. That is incorrect. It doesn't work. Too bad. Let's find something else. What? That was 2015. Who else has an opinion? Maybe that was a different program? Personalized. Photoshop CS6. It was not possible to change the corner radius after the fact using the default Photoshop tools. Rounded rectangle radius resizer. CC. Okay, Adobe Photoshop CC, which is the latest version, I think, the one I'm using. What? This is a script. I don't want to download a script. I want to use the keyboard shortcut built into Photoshop. I believe it to be there. Rounded. Nope. I could be wrong. So the other approach is to click and then type things in. I would prefer to avoid that and just use... I'd like to do it dynamically while I'm drawing it. I want to see what it looks like rather than draw 100 of them and see what each one looks like. But if this is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do. Or I can draw it and then see whether it's still editable afterwards. Don't know what just happened. Oh, there's rounded rectangle too. So now, what does this do? This is color picker, solid yellow, and for some reason it's inside of the people folder. And I don't see a way. What? I don't see a way to change it after the fact. It's just called rounded rectangle 1, but really it's not obvious to me that there's a way to change the radius and corner afterwards. Change brush size and hardness, no. How to draw vector shapes in CS6. Google's letting me down. Photoshop change radius, maybe that would help. Radius. There's no convenient way of changing corner radius in Photoshop after you've begun drawing a shape. This is an area where Fireworks is pretty nice. You can simply click on the diamonds at each corner to change the radius. One workaround is to use an outer stroke. I don't want to use an outer stroke. I want control over the outer parts of what I'm doing. Round a corner of a rectangle in Photoshop. I remember this being easier, but maybe it was in Illustrator, and maybe I should switch to Illustrator. Let's see. If you need to adjust the border radius, you can do that now real easily. Just select the rectangle and go to the Properties, Window Properties. Huh? Create a rectangle. This is from 2013, where they're like, it's so easy. I'm like, And then there's a script you can download that does something. Someone wrote. I thought this would be faster and easier. I regret this search. Okay, let's just do it this way then. So if we want it to be width 1,000, height 500, for starters, we'll figure this out. Radius, all the radii will be 30. We'll see what that looks like. It looks so-so. I think it should be bigger than 30. And now we have these little dots, but not really sure how they help. Unless there's something you can do to the dots. You can add more dots, control points, but that's not necessary. That won't help anything. Define custom shape, make selection, free transform. It's so weird. I'm just gonna search more. Let's see. Maybe we'll try Google instead of DuckDuckGo. Photoshop CC. Photoshop CC, rounded corners. So here's one suggestion: how to create rounded edges. Photoshop CC rounded corners photo tutorial. Step 1. Select the round rectangle tool. Make sure you select path as the tool mode. Enter 20 pixels as the radius. Okay, so if you do this, and I have shape or path, okay. And then we can do radius 50. But what I can't do is change the radius while I'm drawing. Which I really wish I could do. But I cannot. Okay. What else do they say? Draw the rectangle shape. Switch to the paths window. Select the path you've created. While holding the command key down, click the add vector mask button. That's just to mask something. That's not what I'm looking for. And then you can add a stroke. Yeah. Not really the point. That doesn't solve a problem. Make a selection, mask or shape. Sure. Sure. 50 is maybe just kind of so-so. And also get rid of this one. Okay, let's try... I guess you just have to type them in. Let's try 70. That's getting there. Let's just put it all the way around and then we'll chop it up later on. How much space should there be between the rectangle, the rounded rectangle, and the edge of the picture? Not much. Well, it depends. Depends on the example. But you don't need much. I think like these Twitch overlays they're prioritizing like content over like keeping away from the edges. Here, like, I mean, we're pretty close to the edge here. I think that's okay. They do have sometimes one of these bars, one of these like long pills that's not a broken rounded rectangle thing. It's a complete pill. Like here there's a pill on the right side over here, but on the left side it's part of a rounded rectangle. And here it's, oh right, so they tend to do like a rounded rectangle on the left and not on the right, or vice versa. And then it just kind of trails off the screen on one side. Interesting. It can trail off the screen, or it can be surrounded. Both are valid. Right. And this is an interesting principle, that you can have some chrome on the left and nothing on the right. And that's a way to save space if you want. That it can just be partially bordered. You don't have to have the same borders all on the left side and the right side. In fact, you probably shouldn't. LCARS tends to be asymmetrical in that way, where they'll have a big piece of chrome on the left and then just nothing really on the right, where there's some implied narrow blank space on the right, but nothing in it. So that's interesting. That's a pretty common feature, that they'll have separations between things, and then at the edge of the screen you might have nothing. And you also might have nothing along the bottom sometimes. That you'll have things just partially separated by some stuff like this, and then it trails up at the top and stops, goes off to the side, falls off the right side of the page, and then the inverse on the bottom, where it trails off the bottom, trails off the right. So many choices. And here's probably the same designer. This is same material moved around. Some boxes that are also surrounded only on the left and not on the right. Okay. So my perfect symmetry here is not very LCARS. I probably want it to be more asymmetrical and less perfectly symmetrical. Like, these are all perfectly symmetrical, and there's no reason for them not to be, no obvious reason. But none of these Star Trek displays are perfectly symmetrical in any way. Their horizontal separations are different from each other, and that's part of the look. Now, this one does have stuff on the right here, but it's sort of contained within this section. When we look at this section, it doesn't have anything on the right. This rectangle just falls off the right-hand side, but it has this protective border on the left-hand side wrapping it. And then this one has protective border on the left-hand side. This is the theme I'm seeing a lot, that there's a rounded rectangle on the left, and then there's nothing on the right. And here, this line is broken by text, so it's implied that this line keeps going, but instead there's text where the line could be. And that's one way to do text. Alright, so the most important principle I just learned is wide left margins, no right margins. Or rather, there's something on the right sometimes. Some kind of a margin that's like some buttony things or blackness or something. But let me get through these. But sometimes nothing. Sometimes there's just space, and there's just no margin at all, or very small margin. All right. Time to make decisions. Make bold decisions. My bold decision is that I need to move these. I need to move, and I can get rid of this thing that I just made. Actually, it's fine. I just don't quite get the fact that it's not on a layer, but that's because it's a path. It's not pixels, and it's bugging me a little bit. But oh, I wonder if the bottom part of the radius control point needs to be above the content that it's surrounding. I think it does. I think this radius is too big. Good to remember. So let's take these and scooch them. I think I want a new grid. Changing my grid. New guide layout. Clear existing guides. What I want to do is that the left is going to be 140 and the right is going to be not much. Well, the right might be like 30, like the bottom is. Maybe. Something like that. Okay, let's scooch these over. Actually, let's scooch them. What? Oh. So now the middle columns don't mean anything because I'm no longer following a newspaper grid layout. But they weren't being used anyway over here. Like, this wasn't matching. I don't know if you can see this, but like this blue line up here, that's not in line with this red box. So what am I doing? Well, it's a good question. I don't know. Let's see. I wonder, when making a guide layout, if I guess you can put width or you can put gutter. But then what does margin mean? So if these are like 200 pixels. And then let's just experiment until we get it right. 400, 500, 400, and 50. Okay, so they're like this. Then any margin you add, I mean, these numbers they can't all be true. That's the point. If the column width is 455 and the gutter is 140, then you can't also have the margins be true. Not all of them. You have to, some of them have to just happen. Unless you take out the gutter. Oh, right, that's what a gutter means. So 3 columns. Yeah, it's doing the best it can with what I'm telling it to do. What's troubling me is that my use of a newspaper grid seems like it's mostly not compatible with LCARS. LCARS does not use a newspaper grid of gutters and, you know, margins and gutters that are equivalent to each other across the page. They'll use a little bit of that in places, but there's definite asymmetry they're going for. But I can also feel myself getting trapped by thinking too hard about it. So I need to be a little more playful and make more mistakes more quickly. So this doesn't become just a thing that takes literally forever and can't possibly be finished because I lack the courage to go for it. So let's just go for it. Let's do shape with radius 60 or 55. And put it close to the top here. With 400 by 400, and we're just gonna really just want that corner. Although, if we have these control pieces, these control points, I wonder if we can select them and move them over here. That would be nice. And then if we take these and put them here. Oh, I don't want it snapping. I want it like this. Okay. So, so we have it trailing off the right-hand side, which is good. And then we'll make another one of these. Does it have the same radius or a smaller radius? Probably a smaller radius. Yeah, so here's like a big giant radius of a circle here, and here's a little teeny tiny radius of a circle. That makes sense. So that was 55, and I did 55 because I wanted this corner to be a complete radius, so I could chop it off and still have the line be completely above this this picture of a person. So now, and I don't know if the bottom should trail off or not. I haven't decided. So I'm going to chop this up, and I need the Chrome not to touch the content. So I will need. I can't start my rectangle from here because that would overlap with that maroon rectangle. I don't want that. So instead, I have to start a little higher, but my radius is going to be fairly small. We'll make it 15. And then I'll go about 15 pixels up. That's way too high. And also, let's give it a new color. This color is not important because it's going to be deleted, but I just want to see where it is. So we'll do it like this, and we'll just hold on. Hold on. Well, that's okay. Is 15 good? 15 looks pretty good. Now let's just take these points and move them down, but turn a live shape into a regular path. No. let's turn off snap, because I don't want to hit that guide. I want to just skate around it. We'll turn a live shape into a regular path. I guess that's fine. I'm not sure what that means, but it's fine. And this will just skate around here. And this, these two can go here. And move this up a little bit. Oops. Oops. All four of these. Sorry, all four is what I say to my cats when I'm trying to get them on my lap. All four, all four, all four. Hi, Nibbler. I hear you. And then I think these should just trail off the side. So that... No, it's not quite right down here. So now how much is this hugging the people's pictures? I think it's pretty good. But maybe it should go down a little further on the bottom. It looks weird at the bottom. That looks really weird. It also looks like it's not vertical. I feel like I messed it up. It looks, yeah, this is not a vertical line. Okay, that's a vertical line. That's better. Oops. Oops. Move it horizontally. Like this. Now, is that too close? Maybe. It's close, but maybe it's okay. So, this rounded rectangle, what I want to do is select it. And here, let's duplicate this. Duplicate, well, this is inside big rounder, and this is outside big rounder, and this is, excuse me, outside big rounder copy, just in case I mess it up. Save. Inside big rounder. So inside big rounder we select, then we go to outside big rounder and we delete, undo. We don't do that. What do? Go to outside big rounder, but we select inside big rounder. And I think, well, I guess what we really do, if these are still paths, is we want to path find them. We want to combine them. How do we do that? Subtract front shape. I would love to, but it's not letting me. Deselect. Alright, let's try it with this tool, path selection tool. So front shape, back, bottom shape, front shape and back shape, subtract front shape. What? Why is it orange on the outside? Inside big rounder, outside big rounder. What? Ah. Undo. How about this? Instead of selecting both of them, I'll select just the inside one. No. Here, let's select a different layer entirely. Let's select these two paths. What's going on? Why is this now just orange everywhere? Undo, undo, undo. Okay. Probably should switch to Illustrator. Jeez. Photoshop, what are you doing? What are you doing? Intersect shape areas, exclude overlapping shapes. Exclude overlapping shapes. What? Okay. Exclude overlapping shapes. Nope. Combine shapes. Subtract front shape. That makes no sense to me at all. None. 0. Okay, let's do this. So this one, the fill should be blue. Sorry, that's very blue. Let's get a little more toned down blue just so it doesn't freak out our eyes. And let's hide this stuff. Don't care about this stuff. And select, oh man, this is troubling. I mean, at this point, maybe don't worry about the paths because Photoshop's being difficult. And instead, let's get these off to the side, out of here, and then let's just rasterize them. Like, I can redo this stuff in Illustrator if I want to. Implementation is not the hardest part. It's like implementation combined with thought, design, and intent. That's what makes it so slow. So let's rasterize this stuff and deal with it. Subtract front shape. Oh, I found it. Subtract front shape. Subtract front shape. Oh. I wonder why it worked here and it didn't work from the top menu. I don't know. Anyway, hooray! Hooray! And now let's get our palettes back. And let's get this color. And we'll use it for here. Recently used colors. This one. Alright. Save this. Hide the palette. So that's something. Now, let's see what else we want to do. We want to have some stuff, probably like rows of buttons. Well, we want to break up the left side, but we also want to have rows of stuff between the people. And these grid lines are not especially helpful at the moment. And they're not symmetrical and they're not supposed to be. So let's move them. Also, let's just do a save as, because I'm getting into some weird territory where I might have, like, some of these ideas might be useful and some of them might be not useful. It looks like these... Oh, lock guides. Okay. So if I move this guide over onto here, and this one onto here, then the next guides, I'm not sure where they should be exactly. But let's just kind of eyeball them, or not eyeball them. Let's make a rectangle and use the rectangle as a guide for the guide. There. Cannot use the move tool because no shape is selected. I just want to move the whoops. Whoopsie daisy. This. There we go. Not the move tool. Just kidding. Now move tool for the guide. Okay. Okay, so now I have equivalent gutters between the people sections and the center section. So the center section will just mark with a rectangle to signify that it can be used for some stuff, and I might put Chrome in it some of the time, and then but with some text about what the stream is about, and also put some other be able to put some other information in that center block. So let's see. We'll just make another wacky color choice to fill this in with a new layer. Layer called center block. Everything takes longer than you think it will. Now let's just have some fun with it. What do we got? Fun and or success. So this one's got a lot of like text on their little things, and that's kind of interesting because this is a quasi LCARS layout where some of it's meaningless boxes and some of it is trying to be actually usable as a real interface. So I think this is part of Star Trek Online, and it's like somebody worked real hard to try to turn LCARS, which is a nonsensical interface system, try to make it something that does work and actually helps real people understand what they're looking at. And they created this subsection, this like menu section here or something. Rear Admiral punch card. Senior officers, junior officers. Yeah, I don't understand what this means. I'm not quite sure. Maybe that doesn't mean anything. Maybe it does. I certainly don't want to put that on my design, but it's interesting. I think first I just want it to look more like, not this one. I want it to look more like, kind of like this. Kind of like this. Quite a bit like this. And I could change my color palette later if I want. But so I think the first thing is to break up the left side. Oops. What was I looking at? Alright, so this does extend down. And it's very wide in the horizontal section. It comes all the way over here. Okay, is that what I did? I think that's what I did. Yep, that's what I did. But it comes down before it gets broken. So let's just mess around with that. We can duplicate this for backup in case I hate what I do. Well, let's just start chopping. Oh, how big are the gaps? Every little question. You don't think about the question until you have to think about the question. How big are the gaps? They're kind of like that. There are a few pixels of black. And not every artist uses the same thickness, but the ratios are kind of consistent. Here they weren't even consistent in how wide their black gutters are. This one's a little bit thicker than this one, and this one's even thinner than either one of those. So, and I didn't notice. So I think as long as it's fairly thin, not too thin, not too thick, it's not gonna matter a ton. But let's just fill these in with black. Fill. New layer. Oops. Okay. And duplicate this, put it, doesn't really matter. The whole point is a little bit of chaos. Not that much chaos. because I think that the heights of the sections are, I think they have like no rhyme or reason to them whatsoever, except that when it's one of those long, tall gutters. Okay, this one's different because it's an actual interface with buttons you're supposed to press, and maybe there shouldn't be too many of them. Well, so if they're buttons, if the separations are buttons, they should all be the same size, and they should be the same height as other buttons in other places. So this section here has a bunch of buttons that you could tap if this were an interface, and those are the same as these, and they're the same as these, and these half pills over here, and probably the same as these as well, though not quite the same as these. So that's one way to look at it. Then there's this, where there's no rhyme or reason to these heights. Some of them are repeated, like this is repeated here, but this height is completely out of nowhere. So is this one. So is this one, and this one. They're not repeated. They're just there. What is repeated is the top and bottom are the same. So I should just make it approximately look like pretty close to being the same on the top and the bottom, which I think I already did kind of by accident. So let's try that. And what I need to do now is get good at Photoshop. So this is the inside big rounder. Layer, and here's black lines, and these black lines, I'm not sure. Can I just rasterize this? Maybe that would help me. Rasterize layer, done. So these black lines are like this, and what if I I could flatten them? That's not really what I want to do. Although it's not crazy, because once I put the black background on, like that already starts to look like a thing. But I want to be able to change the colors of each of these sections on the left. So let's do. Oh, my black is all incorrect now. Let's fill that in. Whoops. I guess I can come back to having the black have holes in it. That can happen later. It's not that hard, not that big a deal, not that important. What I need right now is design. I need to make decisions about the design rather than make everything about implementation, like having transparencies and things. So one of the things I'm thinking now that I see this, first of all, it's starting to look LCARS like, which is pleasant. Let's make version 3 of the document. Is I have these gutters in here, and that's where people's names should go. But now that I think about it, if the name's going to go on the bottom, because the stream title goes on the top, I still have a problem, which normally this channel, the channel that I'm designing this for, they would put the name partially occluding the video feed rectangle. But that's not very LCARS. That's not what they would do. So I would prefer to put the names into the interface if I can. And to do that, unless I want to put their name on the top, I think their name should go on the bottom. And that means that the bottom part here is too thin. And I just forgot about that until just now. Because I was wondering what I should do in here. If I should do something, if I should have like a rounded subsection like that, which I could certainly do. But now I'm thinking, about... What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about things. I'm thinking about switching to Illustrator. It might be easier to move these things around. If I want to just scooch these up and then have these equally spaced, that'll fix that. And then I'll go to this here layer. And I'm just going to do this kind of quick and dirty because who cares? I can improve it later. Is snap turned on? No, it's not, but it still feels like it's snapping a little bit. It is snapping a little bit. If I use the keyboard, I can get more exact. And then I'll fill in that gap. The bucket tool is G. I had forgotten. I for eyedropper, G for bucket. Why is it G for bucket? Don't know. Go here and fill in this. It's not working. Why isn't it working? I'm not sure. I thought this was, It is rasterized, but oh well. I guess I'll do it another way. I thought the paint bucket tool would fill in empty space, but it's not working. So instead I gotta make a big selection and then zoom in to see if I did the selection correctly. The answer is maybe, but I'll scooch it up a little bit so it's safer to fill it. This is why Illustrator might be faster, but I'm not sure. So that's enough room for somebody's name. But is there enough room for somebody's name in here? Arguably no. And this is where I'm having trouble making decisions, because I got these design principles are at odds. One principle is I need room for people's names under their faces, and the other principle is I want to have reasonably large faces, but thin lines underneath them, and wide lines on the left, which is awkward when they have a long name and you can't put their long name on the left. And so I'm having trouble making decisions. And it's close to midnight. I'm a little tired, but I need to struggle through these artistic decisions to see what I arrive at. Make a version, see how it looks. Maybe it'll look okay, but there's a reason I took all of these examples. So let's see, how big is their text? There's usually 2 lines of text. There's their name and their Twitter handle, and maybe a description of their character. Person's name, Twitter handle, pronoun, name. I think this is character name, and then either their I can't tell, the character name, the player's name, and their pronoun. Here it's character name, Twitter handle, pronoun, which occasionally is so long that they use a 3rd line if there's room for it, because it's floating and there's no rule that says they can't. And here they have very small text because they are using the layout that I am using, which is having a big center thing with 6 small faces on the sides. But their 2 lines are quite small, and they are This is interesting. This might be a better model. Their names are still occluding their faces, but only a little bit. And they don't have to. They're just doing that to make sure it's close to the one person without being close to the person underneath them. How big is this? They also have nice thick black borders around their faces. So how big is this? Oh, actually that's the wrong way to do it. Let's look again. Here, whole thing. Take the whole thing. I get the microphone close to my face so I can talk not too loud, but I can still stream at night. And put this whole thing here. Put it on top, and then resize it. Let's turn on lock. No, I mean snap. Turn on snap. Snap to the corner, and get it to the same proportions as what I'm working with. There we go. Now, how big are these boxes? These are very small. That's interesting. So this example, I feel, gives me license to go smaller with my people boxes, which is why it's good that I stopped caring about cutting them out so early from the black background. I was trying to make something where I was like, oh, let's just get something basic that's like good enough just to get started, so I don't feel like, you know, all this works for nothing. I ran out of time. But it's not turning out that way. It just isn't. It isn't as simple as that. So let's make a new group. This will be people small. New layer. And essentially, well, I don't know. I'll make them about this size, but then I will figure out other things about them, like their grid positions and stuff. I'll kind of tweak that and figure it out as I go. Okay. Phil? How come I can't use the paint bucket? I can. Because it's selected. Huh. And if I do this, well, that's different. If you deselect, yeah, you can put paint bucket on blank pixels. I don't know why it wasn't working before. Something funky about this layer. Oh, because it still has this little symbol on it. I said rasterize, but it's still something that's different from a regular layer that I don't understand. Layer thumbnail. It's still something. That's layer style. This is color picker, solid color. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not an expert in Photoshop shape technology. But let's go here and do person and put that there. Oops. Well, that's fine. Put that. Whoa. Let's put this in the corner. Put baby in the corner. And oops. Then copy it and put a copy of it down around. Well, we need enough space for their names. That's the point. Their name and then a little bit of space at the bottom. Yes, right. I see. So what they've done here with this design and this size is they have very little space above, very little space below, but it's a pretty consistent gutter. It's fairly simple. The other approach is don't be so particular. Just get some background LCARS picture and stick some Star Trek thing on it and put boxes on top of it, and don't worry about it. Don't worry about it being any kind of having them mesh together in any way. and that's a much more reasonable, quick and dirty solution that would look adequate and still look cool because it still has Star Trek LCARS look and feel generally. My idea was, can I find a way to integrate these video displays, which are normally part of LCARS, into the design? And the answer is, I still don't know. I'm still working on it. I'm still working to answer the question of can I? Because I need the text to be tall enough that it's readable, which this just barely is, and 2 lines with reasonable leading. And these design principles are all at odds. And another approach is to go with a 2x3, two rows, 3 columns, and no extra information displayed anywhere. And I could use my face window to show extra information when necessary. I don't prefer that. I prefer the faces of the people to stay visible and also the extra information to stay visible. But I'm having some challenges because I can't put their names in the tall sections. The names are just too long. Both player and character names are too long for that. And if I do this, there isn't enough room because these rectangles are then too large. So shrink them down. Play around with it. Don't be so precise. Get it to be so-so. That is so puny. So puny. Not in love with it. Okay, so I'm coming to the conclusion that in order to have reasonable visibility of people's faces, which I think there's value in, this is the wrong layout for 6 people. It's not as easy as I thought to do what I want to do, which is to have their face and their 2 lines of naming information, where it's 2 on this, it's 3 tall, 3 people tall, with an LCARS interface. Unless maybe if I focus on this design, this LCARS is the only one where the tallness exists on, the thickness exists on the tall part here and not so much on the skinny part here. But it does have skinny parts here and here. And I don't know what it would look like if you put this tall stuff in between the sections. It's like row 1 and row 2 and row 3. They've all had tall sections between them. Still, that's facing the same problem. You end up with teeny tiny little windows of people's faces, and that's starting to feel wrong. It's starting to feel like the wrong solution for a 6-person game. And I know I'm spending too much time agonizing over some of this, but these are the fundamental questions of this layout. And I don't have the experience in graphic design to intuit what it should be. And LCARS is tricky. I've never designed an LCARS interface before, and I've never designed a Twitch overlay before. So I'm learning a lot by trying it and seeing what doesn't work. I think I could go faster if I just said, fuck it, let's just try this. And maybe I could do it faster in Illustrator. I don't know if that's true, but I could try. If I go, let's find out. So if I go to Illustrator and show you Illustrator, What happens if I make a new Illustrator document? Let's see if I can mess around faster this way. 1920 by 1080 for web large. That sounds great. Sounds exactly like what I want. Properties, okay. And then if I open the document, the Photoshop document that I just made, let's see if that works. Twitch. Overlay. Not that overlay. The Star Trek LCARS. If I open this in convert layers to objects, yeah. Yeah. Convert layers to objects. Okay. Neat. So that's pretty good integration between Photoshop and Illustrator. What I don't have is all of my other pictures to look at, which is unfortunate. So what if I want to do open? I want to open all of these. So that there are tabs in here. Open them all. See what Illustrator does with PNG files and JPEG files. Pings and JPEGs. Great. And hopefully the navigation's similar. Yes, sort of. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to kind of mess with some of this. Okay, so Illustrator didn't change, but Photoshop did. This is how dysfunctional Adobe is. Photoshop changed the rules so that you don't have to hold Shift to keep the aspect ratio of your object when you're resizing it. And Illustrator didn't make that change. In Illustrator, if you don't hold Shift, then it changes the aspect ratio. If you do hold Shift, it maintains the aspect ratio, as it's done for many years. But Photoshop no longer works that way. It's the opposite now. So I want to resize these so that I can refer to them quickly. Oops. Option and Shift. No, it's not Option. Option and Shift. Come on. Okay. I just want them all to look okay in the screen, basically, as I'm cycling through them. Something like that. Do 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 do. Bigger, 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 bigger. Very nice, very nice. Bigger. Bigger. So they're not displaying quite as consistently sized as in Photoshop, but that is fine. Oops, here's some more. Because I need to be able to show them to you and show them to myself, like cycling through them pretty quickly in order to make decisions based on what layouts I see, what layouts and what objects and artifacts they have. These various solutions to the problem. To the problem of layout. It is an interesting problem. It is a hard problem. It is not easy to make these. It is hard. And I'm sure that if my Twitter bot is working correctly to tweet out pictures of my stream, these are not pictures of LCARS. These are pictures of like what, which is why I put a few LCARS pictures behind me here, just to make sure there's always something that says like, what does that mean? Like something. Okay, so there's all those, and now there's these layers, and now I can use illustration, save as. So this is LCARS Twitch overlay 6 people -3.ai save. Sure. Now. Oh, interesting. So some of these already are. No, I guess not. I mean, they're rectangles, so the difference between an image that's a solid color and a rectangle object is sort of, there isn't one. It's the same thing. So now I can mess around a little more, and I can try stuff like freeform gradient. No. Let's do okay. Rectangle. Let's just make a rectangle. What is happening? Oh. I am in a weird place where I have no layers. Not complete action because the source or destination layer is locked or hidden. New layer. Wow. What? I guess you should have some stuff visible first. Here's a layer. This layer is boxes. And also one of the things that's nice about Illustrator is being able to have a layer where you can have multiple objects, but still move them around independently. This is, for the level of detail I'm looking for now, Illustrator is probably going to be a lot easier. And I'm glad I finally switched to it. Wish I'd done it earlier, but it's fine. So fill is that, okay. I do need to see, though, at least some reference for how big, what the aspect ratio is supposed to be. Because I'm not going to get it right just by trying at random. Okay. So if this is, a person, then, and what I've found in my experiments is that there isn't going to be room for the necessary information doing it and the LCARS Chrome stuff in a balanced way. I don't believe that will be a good, that having them on the side like this is a good solution if there's 6 people. So what I'm thinking is, let's have, now you can easily edit similar objects across your project all at the same time. Adobe wants to teach me things. Find similar objects for editing. Click global edit options. I don't want to learn right now. I mean, I should, but I don't want to. These are much smaller than they need to be, probably, but maybe not. Maybe they're just right. And now it's easier to just fiddle with them. Yeah. Yay, Illustrator. This, and this. Copy down here. And now, with these like this, now it's easy to see how there's going to be room for people's names. What I've lost is that section where I can put something else besides a person's name. But I think part of what I'm learning is that I have a lot to learn, and that while doing this, I can do the LCARS components, and then I can reuse them. I can resize them, drag and drop them into other layouts. Because I would like to be able to do like this same thing, but like with 5 people. Just drop one of these and add a section for other information. So I don't want it too symmetrical, but I do want these to have to be equidistant, I think, probably. Well, I don't even know where they're going to go yet, so we don't worry about that yet. So let's get back this piece and probably redo it Illustrator style, which is probably going to be a lot easier. Well, I'll have to Google how to do it. Global edit. Adobe Illustrator CC rounded rectangles. I thought there was a tool for it, but I don't see it. Verify my email. I did just change my email from my Adobe account once I realized I was going to be streaming some Adobe products. I wanted to change which email it was. I don't see it. What? What? Sorry. I don't understand what's going on with my email. Let's not. Oh, resend verification email. I see. Now maybe it'll work. So I can read the help from Adobe. But they haven't sent it. Or it went to spam. I don't know. I will try that later. So, live rectangles and rounded rectangles. Corner widget. In the layers panel, live rectangle is noted as rectangle and angle brackets. Bounding box is different. Object shape convert to rectangle. Transform panel. Okay. So if I make another rectangle and I do it up here, and then I do, what did it say? Something about transform. Transform, then it has rectangle properties. So let's scroll back and let's change this scale corners. Don't know what that means yet. Oh, well, no, I don't know. So the top will be 55 pixels. Perfect. Bottom is 55 pixels. Perfect. That's wonderful. Cancel. And then we'll make another one like this. Oh, feels good to be using Illustrator. Feels good. And these will have 15, but their color, the color of this one needs to be different. I am not seeing what I expected to be seeing. Oh, it is rounded. Okay, good. So that's rounded, and then we'll take these two objects, and what's happening? Let's get rid of that. Where am I? I think I might need a new layer. Okay, so this is going to be a big rounder. And I have lost what I was doing because I was doing it somewhere improper. I was doing it in the boxes. So I need to move this object here and this object here. And now I've got this layer that's just these two objects. That's what I wanted. Pathfinder. Hello, Pathfinder. Wonderful. Also, and now I haven't lost this information, so I can keep on editing this stuff. Oops. That? No, just this. Keep on editing this. Oh, oh dear. Oh my. I thought I could. Oh wow, can pull that? Neat. Oh, Illustrator, I love you. So much. There we go. That's not good. Here, let's just take these and pull them way off to the side. Whoops. Take these points, pull them way out here, and then take these points, and hope I didn't get the middle of the outer rectangle. Pull this way out here. It is doing something funky to this, which is annoying, but ultimately irrelevant, because I should be able to just chop those off. Ah, but it did mess up my shape, so that does matter. Okay, so Illustrator, not as perfect as I thought. So if I just take these plus these four things, there we go. That's what I wanted. Well, let's do it again. This plus this plus this and this. Everybody goes this way. Okay. And I'll find a way to chop that off later if I want. So now I've got that stuff, and now it's more editable. It's more straightforward to change those positions later on because it's Illustrator. And I can just do one of these, slap this on here, and take this and Pathfinder these away to do minus front or exclude or separate all the pieces. It's always fun to separate all the pieces. Ungroup, delete those bits, and there we go. Much easier. So, with that in mind, using better tools now, I can put the boxes in, and where's my palette? I don't think the palette made it. We lost the palette. So let me go get the palette. Hello, where are you? Just so I can make this look a little more Star Trek-y in terms of its color choices. Not that these are the only choices, but they are choices. Does this have an eyedropper? Yes, it does. So we'll do that. And get that color. And then customize toolbar. You can now customize your toolbar, drag and drop to add or remove tools. Oh. That's nice. Oh wow. That is new. I like it. I'm too tired to face it right now, but it's interesting. Speaking of tired, I have to keep in mind, keep my voice down. Can I use an eyedropper from here, please? That's web colors. No. Oh, I can't just. Alright. Fine. So, how do I do it? Do it like this. Copy this thing. Paste. Okay. There we go. And then this can go. What is this? This is in the wrong place. Make a layer for that. Call it palette. And hide it. Oh, sorry. Put the palette into it and hide it. So now we have a palette layer. Neat. And now, what I'm not sure about yet is what size rectangles am I allowed to have? I want them big, but I also want to have a lot of interesting chromey stuff, which I can now do a little bit easier. So I need to break this up into sections, and I need to break the top into sections, and maybe have some black bars along some of this. Let's try that. This does feel easier in Illustrator. And anything I do, I can redo it once I like it, once I know what I'm doing. Here we are in Big Rounded. Let's duplicate the, no, let's not. I'll just save this, and then save as, and go into make another version. So I can feel free to break it all I want, and not feel nervous about it. No, this is not a good place. Never mind. Where do I want these? Well, probably now that they are allowed to be larger, I think they should be kind of like this. Like this, maybe? Is that good? It's enough room for people's names. Ooh. Something like that. Maybe a little bigger? Maybe. Possibly. Let's get people's names. So the names thing, oops, will be like this. This is the names. This is just functionally what has to go on the page. And I'm trying to be a little looser about like making things line up. I can get to that later. I just want to sketch right now. So once I have that, I might want I don't know. It's a question of what other information I want. So I want to say Star Trek Adventures somewhere. And there should be room for stuff about the charity stream, stuff about the charity results and how that's going. And I think for this version, I'm saying that like there's an even number of players, and therefore I don't see an excellent reason for there to be a space for extra play information. There can just be, it can be all theater of the mind stuff with no kind of no sense of extra visuals to help understand the numbers and the dice rolls and the situation. Okay, so let's start cutting this up. I think it could be a little bigger. What was that thing about editing similar objects? That sounded fun. I didn't get it, because I didn't read it. Find similar objects. Often your design contains multiple copies of similar objects, such as logos. If there's a need to make an edit to all such objects, you do not need to edit the objects one by one. With the global editing option in Illustrator, you can edit all similar objects globally in one step. Find similar objects for editing. Before you start editing similar objects, you can choose which objects you want to edit. To do this, you can set the global editing objects the global editing options to find the objects that are to be edited together. To set the global editing options, do one of the following. Click the Global Edit Options drop-down list next to the Start Global Edit button in the Properties panel. Properties. Properties. I don't see it. Start Global Edit. So if I have two objects together, I don't have Start Global Edit. If I have just the one, well, I do have Quick Actions Group. Oh, Start Global Edit. Cannot find similar objects. Adjust the filters and try again. But if I do Ungroup, and I do Start Global Edit, now it finds the similar objects. Neat. Resize. Ooh, that claw. And then these. Start Global Edit. Move down. Expand. Ooh. Okay. These are still not spaced correctly, but I can fix it later. It's sort of kind of like that. Then let me just change these for my own sanity to have a different reference color. And everything in this column, wait a minute. Everything in this column seems like it needs to go this way, but I mean, that's alignment. I can fix that later by grouping and aligning and whatnot. Don't need to get bogged down by that. So if I put, let's say, I don't want to worry about substance yet. First, I want to, because now I feel like I have one option for substance in terms of like, here's people, here's their faces, and I can change all of that, the sizing position. I can change it whenever I want, much as I want. I just want to sketch by cutting holes in this, and then by adding pills and rectangles in between these columns. Let's add stuff, and then start cutting things. So LCARS, let's find a good one that has here. So there's sometimes it's just a rectangle of color, and it'll get numbers and garbage in it later. Is it? Yeah, okay. So rectangle tool is M. And let's just fill in these gaps with color to make them look interesting. And now let's start carving. Well, let's put some stuff in here. And actually, I'm thinking about oh, hold on. This is gonna be gutters. Put the gutters into there and hide them, because I just had a thought that I think I want to have, I think I want to have this effect. I want this. I want the, how do I point at things? I don't know. Pencil tool. I want the effect of a brush tool. Nope. New layer, paintbrush. Oh, color. I want this effect. Oh, come on. Why can't I use the paintbrush tool? No idea. Can I use something else? Pencil tool? Here. I want this effect. The part where it's got the separation between things, and it's going, this is going up, and then this is going down. I want that. So, and then maybe trailing off the top. I don't know yet, but I want to see what it looks like if I do that. And to do that, I need to change the way that I'm doing these rounded rectangles a little bit. And maybe these faces are a little bit too large, but we'll see. Definitely, it's funny, I'm really tired, but and I'm talking quietly because it's late, but I'm also like finally feeling like this is all totally doable because now now that I'm doing it in Illustrator and I'm not trying to like measure things and stuff, I'm more like loosey-goosey with how the stuff works. And like now I can just do this and like poof, that's done. And then let's get another one here. And then pull this up a little bit like this. And because I should have been doing this in Illustrator from the very beginning. Absolutely. And it's ridiculous that I didn't. But part of the learning process was like, oh, I'm sure this will be fine in Photoshop. I'm like, nope, no it is not. No, it is not fine in Photoshop. You know what I need is a palette. Where's my colors? Colors. Colors are very important. Color guide. Shades, brushes. No. I need a palette that's in the style of Adobe Illustrator, so I don't have to do so much copy-paste to get my palette colors in here. So if I do like this and this, I do this, and then what is this? Left complement. Oh. So it's doing math. It's doing recommendations. That's interesting. That's interesting. This one looks kind of good, the analogous one. That's all oranges. But, well, so this is cool because it's got several shades of blue, at least three shades of blue, a shade of gray. But I honestly think I should just use one of these palettes. So what I want to do is tell Illustrator, thanks for your help, but I'm really looking to just use a palette. Oh, these are complement. Oh, okay, that might work. So if I do that, and those are the complements, orange and blue. Doesn't have any of that deep orange, but it's sort of something. I guess it's okay. In fact, I chose these specifically to be not very Star Trek-y, but for the moment, I'm going to try making them more Star Trek-y. Not very, just a little bit. Let me move this up and see if I can get it to look cool. Let me put some black on the back. Is that black? Can't tell. I don't think so. Oh, it is black. Okay, good. So there's black. That helps a little bit. And can I lock this? Click to target, drag to move appearance. I would like to lock this, please. There we go. lock that. Go back to layer 19. This is top swoosh. And we'll lock the boxes for the moment. We'll take the top swoosh. What happened to top swoosh? I don't know. There's some path in the way. Something's wrong. Top swoosh is one thing, but there appears to be something else happening. Oh, of course. It's the edge of the board. So let me modify this black so that it's less confusing. Because I would like the black to be exactly the color, exactly the dimensions of the workspace. No more, no less. That will make it less confusing for me. Whoops. I think that's correct. And then this orange swoosh, it's okay if it trails off for the moment. But I think I didn't do it quite right. Not quite. Because there isn't room for the second one below it, I think. Unless maybe these tan sections are kind of, they're not like going to be totally filled in. They're sections to put text. But, oh, Metaline, hi. Sorry. I wasn't expecting to see anyone, so I was missing chat as it started. How you doing? Good morning, Dragon Killer. How are you? I guess I must have just tweeted, huh? How is everybody doing? I'm talking quietly because for me it's 12:46 a.m. and I've gotten in trouble before for streaming too late and having my neighbors be like, "We're trying to sleep." So I'm being respectful and responsible. I think this is pretty good. Well, let me move 9:45 a.m. Oh, so you're in Europe. Europe, eh? The internet brings us all together. We are separated only by language and personality. But English does seem popular these days. Okay, so now I can actually copy this, flip it, transform, reflect, vertical, horizontal, and boom. Look how easy that was. Love it. Love it. Woke up and got the Twitch notification. Oh, well, thank you for coming by. I appreciate it. It's been a quiet stream because I started late and I'm doing art and I'm not known for doing art. And also because the way I was doing art was mostly just staring at things and talking to myself about them, which has limited entertainment value for some people. But it's fine. I just need to get this done if I want it done at all. So that's pretty cool. And it looks like this black thing is still not quite right there. I think I kind of like that. So let's save as. What's important here is to picture stuff. You know what I'm gonna do? Instead of visualizing things with rectangles, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna put some people's faces on those things, so that it makes more sense what's happening, we're looking at. So let me Pathfinder this, and also I'm gonna chop this off and assume that it's kind of finalized. It's not, but if I do this, it'll look cooler while I'm working, and it'll make more sense to look at. And then, oops, wrong button. Separate everything, keep everything. Okay. Ungroup, delete. Same over here. I'm going to put some people's faces on these blue things. I think that would actually... It would help you understand what I'm doing, and it would help me see what works visually and what doesn't. Okay, so that's starting to get towards an LCARS style-ish. Let's get a nice sample. They look happy, but they're blurry. They look unhappy. I don't like that one. There's one that I am looking for that has maybe the nicest ones. I think it's this one. I think this is the RPG 8 is probably the best looking thumbnail. So these are also not bad. Let's go to RPG 8 because I think all the people here they're having a really good time. And let's copy. Let's get their faces. The proportions will be different, but I'll work it out. Oops, not what I meant. Copy this, bring it in to... I'm gonna have to find out how to carve it up in... Maybe what I'll do is I have Photoshop open. I'll just carve them out in Photoshop. This is wholly unnecessary, but at the same time, I think it'll help. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's quite necessary. So let's just copy each person and bring them in separately. And that will probably be a little bit easier, because I think it's easier to cut people out in Photoshop than it is in Illustrator. And then once I'm in Illustrator, when I paste things in, they'll just be there. And that'll be good. And then we'll get this one, but I do need 6, so I'll probably go get somebody from another picture. And then this one, because these ones are the same height as each other. And I'm deliberately avoiding getting the chrome around their name because I think that's confusing and unnecessary. I'll just crop them however I need to fit in my rectangles. How's your morning, Dragon Killer and Metaline? How are things in your home and stuff? Oh, I do need one more. Someone with a smile on their face who's in focus. Like her. They, them, I should say. It says right there, them. That is their pronoun. This one. Them. So they have a rounded corner, but it doesn't matter. It's just a prototype. Okay, let's switch back to Illustrator and let's make everybody get in their rectangles. Oops. Without losing their aspect ratio. Yeah, this is visually helpful to me. Now I kind of feel like I know what I'm dealing with a little bit better. And I just have to figure out how to crop them to blue rectangles correctly. Okay, so there's people's faces, and they're not yet masked, so we need, let's do each of them. So this one goes with this, goes with this one. Alright. And how does that work? So if I use this as a mask for what's underneath it, can I do that? I sure hope so. select. You'd think that would be easy, but for some reason maybe it isn't. Let's see. Illustrator mask. How to use and add clipping masks. Yes, please. If you use a layer group to vector objects can be clipping masks. Clipping mask changes an object. Hide parts of object with a clipping mask. The object is called clipping mask. Only vector objects can be clipping paths. Move the clipping path above the objects you want to mask in the stacking order. Select the clipping path and the objects you want to mask. Choose object clipping mask make. Got it. So this and this object clipping mask make. Super great. Next, this one and clickety click. Got it in one. This one and this one. Can I do it with right click? Select, arrange, transform, make clipping mask. You can make clipping mask. The top selected object must be a path. Okay. Try again. Boom. Done. Next. This and this. Correct. Wow. Got it in one. Got it in one. Alright. Now it's not so bad. I'm learning how to go faster and make it look awesome. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. This and this selected, make clipping mask. Awesome. This one didn't get one yet. Clickety, 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 click. Neat. So, those are now the imaginary players of Star Trek Adventures. Now the names part, let's see. So the names is very important, and let me save this because it's starting to look cool. I just did. I installed the font. Let's just, I don't know. Let's get the real information, I guess. Let's get practical information. Oh, I actually have practical information for these. So most of them were from RPG 8. Torgor, Minotaur Fighter, Samurai 5, Rude Boy. Not the type of information I would expect to put for Star Trek exactly, but maybe pretty close in some ways. Text, window, type, character. Yes. I'm looking for the font I just installed for the Star Trek LCARS look and feel. Your Creative Cloud subscription includes even more fonts. Okay. Well, I already got it. I just have to find it. It was called, I thought it started with a C. Swiss, no, Swiss is this one. Swiss 911. And also I need to make it enormous. 50 point. 90 point. Okay, that's too big. Oops. Too big is good, because it means that I found the border, what it can be. So because there's gonna be 2 rows of text, we need this to be about half of the size. So maybe 45. Oh, that is so small. It's so small. But the point is that some people choose long names and they should be allowed to, and the layout shouldn't prevent them from doing that. In fact, I should make a special effort to choose long names to make sure that they do fit. Let's go through, instead of finding these people's choices, let's go through some more of these and find the ones that are pretty long. Like, Babar, Sher, Mariam, Ahmad, they. That's pretty long. So that's, and I did choose her picture. There's another one. Prakirti Damara Silent Parrots. So they put she/he. Interesting. She put, like, I don't know. I'm guessing her given name, and then Silent Parrots as a username. But then there's also a Twitter handle that's something else entirely. Anyway, so lots of information. So let's use those. Babar, Share, Mariam, Ahmad. Where's my document? Because, I mean, who knows? These people could be in my game. So her thing, actually, let's move this over here and see if it fits. Babar. I already forgot it. Ahmad. Miriam Ahmad. Babar something, Miriam Ahmad. And there was a hyphen in there somewhere. And I mean, this will tell me whether use of this font is even useful, or if I'm barking up the wrong tree, because if you shrink this font down, it becomes unreadable. That's not good. Not 8, but 2. Drink more water. Drink more water, eat more food. Babar, Share, Mariam, Ahmad, they. Babar, Share, Mariam, Ahmad, they. Babar, Share, Mariam, Ahmad, space paren, they, paren. And then the next line that they have in their box, which was RPG3, is at media_junkie. Looks like maybe 1 underscore. Probably 1 underscore, because somebody else has an underscore. So media_junkie. Let's see how that goes. Oops. Media_junkie. At. Oh my. I guess the at symbol hasn't been adapted for the for this font for LCARS. That is too bad. It looks terrible, but okay. That's a detail to consider later, maybe. So I think that's readable, considering that for people who want to read the names, they'll be looking at it around this size. And that's, which for you is even smaller, but for me, it's pretty good. It's readable. I do think the leading is not necessary to be quite so wide. How do I change the leading? Character. There we go. Get this closer together. Okay, now the question is, I put these tan backgrounds on for where the names go, as placeholders. Move this up so the underscore is clear. The underscore is very low. It's weird. This font is missing special characters. They didn't do the special characters that are written in a different font. So I put these tan boxes here as placeholders for where the name should go, keeping in mind that the name needs to be 2 lines. And I'm now wondering if it would look cooler with like I have it kind of like down here where it says tactical cartography, where it's like it's an orange bar with black writing. That's similar to what I have kind of, you can change the color of the background. But other places, it could be light text on black, such as where it says LCARS in the center of the system here, or System 47 at the top, which they put a gradient on. That's cute. This one has a lot of gradients, which I think that's supposed to represent shininess, but an LCARS interface doesn't generally have much gradients. That's just someone playing around with it, having their own way. Long range scan 28741, like that pale text in long range scan. Pale text in a black background where there is no border on the black background other than more black, and the text position is what indicates the rectangle. That might look cool, so I'd like to try that. So let me save this. I'll do save as, because I've made a lot of changes. 6. And let's make the back. Let's get rid of the rectangle, and let's make the text, I don't know, a color. Where's my color guide? Did I lose my color guide? I did. That's so weird. I'm very confused by that. How do you save a color guide? If I click this and I don't know. I don't understand. If I do maybe this, that might be okay. If it had more chrome around it, which it will. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. That might be cool. It makes it look like there's light when the letters are light on a black background. It sort of might help to create the idea that it's a computer interface. I mean, it is a computer interface. That's what we're looking at. We're all looking at computer screens right now, and anyone looking at this will be looking at a computer screen. But I don't know. LCARS has both light text on black background and vice versa. So I'm just not sure yet which one I prefer. So let me copy this and put it on each person, and then, oops, and then I can change the text for each one, or for some of them. Whoops. Having a little trouble. Just so I have a text object for each person. And then, like, it's either going to be black on a light color or light color on black. I don't know yet. What I like about light color on black, especially if it's a light blue, is it reminds me of Star Trek The Next Generation. It's a different font, but it reminds me of the title sequence from Star Trek The Next Generation, which is pretty cool. So if I do this, no, I think this one's better. This one. I think I deleted the square, the rectangle off of this one, which was, in retrospect, sort of a mistake. Because I might change my mind about it. So I might want to keep the rectangle for now. Left aligned? Yeah. So then, I guess I could change some of their stuff to something else, but that's not the most important thing. Although I am tweeting pictures of this stuff, so it's... And they don't know me, so it is slightly awkward that I'm using their faces and names from their Twitch stream before. Might as well get some of it right. Tor-Gore, Minotaur Fighter Samurai 5. rude boy. The other thing is, as far as what information will get used, that's different in different. Oops, looking at Photoshop. It's different in different streams. So here it's like the player's name, their pronoun, and their Twitter handle. But I think in that example, that was like what, RPG 2? No, 3. In that one, it simply doesn't say. Oh, I see what it is. I see it now. It says Storyteller Kate in the upper left corner. So that means that they're, the reason that the name is so long is that I think they put their player name and their character name on one line in this case. Because they just sort of have 2 lines to work with, and they just kind of did that. So they did the 4 data points that I can think people would often put, which is the player's name as they wish to display it, the character's name, the pronoun of, I guess, the player, possibly the character, possibly both, because this says she, he. I'm not sure if that's just the player or if it's 2 different people. And then their Twitter handle on the bottom. So I don't know. I mean, that's something to just sort of decide as part of like what's the stream going to be. This one has the character name, the Twitter handle, and the pronoun. It doesn't seem like it has the person's name except for the GM, where he had room to say Kevin GM. And the other people, like, they're kind of relying on their Twitter handle to identify the player and not putting their own their personal name. But I'm not sure. But I think the more I put, the better, as far as like making sure there's room for it. All right, let's have a look at the other ones. Let me just, instead of showing you every single little thing I'm doing, I'm going to get some of these people's information elsewhere on my screen, which I will block chat a little bit. No, I can see chat. So this person is named Torgor. And I don't know their pronoun, but I'll just leave it they. Maru boy. And it says Minotaur Fighter Samurai 5. So if I wanted that, it's from a different game, so that's why there's different amounts of information. But I think we would put, I mean, I don't know, I could get into more like Minotaur Fighter Samurai 5. That's a lot of information. That's from a game of Ravnica. Jace Beleriand must die. I don't know what that is. I've heard the word Ravnica, but I don't know what it is. DM Adam. This one was DM Adam. Skinny Ghost was Adam's Twitter handle. I will say GM because that's what Star Trek Adventures uses, is GM. Talk Goblin Rogue Scout 5. TK joins the fray. Just followed her on Twitter recently. TK joins the fray. I'm leaving this as they just because I don't know. I don't know their pronouns. It's not really relevant to this. Talk. Whoa. What? Goblin Rogue Scout 3. Torgor was and I don't think it'll fit, but Minotaur. Fighter Samurai. 5. That does not fit, and it's an example of the type of text that won't fit, and where this layout falls short, because it doesn't allow for extremely long text, doesn't have little teeny tiny text. But we could adapt that if we needed to once we know the characters' names and descriptions. It won't be a Minotaur Fighter Samurai because Star Trek doesn't have those, but that doesn't mean that it will necessarily be something short and punchy either. It could be long. Road Medusa, Simic Hybrid Shadow Monk. Simic Hybrid Shadow Monk. And pretty much for space, you would always just like say, well, we don't have room for that, so we have room for what we have room for, and then be moderately consistent about it. And then that's Winegar. Vedalken Draconic Sorcerer. I'm just going to call him Draconic Sorcerer. Winegar Draconic Sorcerer. And there should be some separation between the name and the class or whatever, but whatevs. Carlos crits. Okay, so if it were like this, save. So now I have some quasi-real world data to consider what it would look like. Now let's get into the good stuff. Let's put some goodies on some buttons and stuff. So we'll do this. And this, and this. This. Beep, 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 beep. And mess around with chopping it up. Okay, so these boxes need to go into gutters, which I think I already had something, but yes, I did. That's okay. So I'll just take these and delete them and move these into gutters. Let's lock boxes and top swoosh. Well, actually this is swooshes for now. So now gutters goes here. Oh. Okay, now we'll lock boxes. And now the visible stuff is all locked except for the gutters. So now we can start carving up the gutters into little boxes. Little boxes. And those boxes probably can have, they should be different, should be a little bit chaotic in how it's carved up. I need a good one, I need a good example here. So there's like some space. There's some space here. Here. Before it gets down to the buttons. And then the buttons are all the same size as each other. And then there's some more space. So just a bunch of buttons after a ways. But this isn't a good example. This is a good example. The gutter is just a rectangle. It's like this. It's not part of a swoosh. It doesn't have rounded corners. So this one has like some buttons here. They kind of align with some stuff over there. These align over here. This has a big box here that aligns with the lack of buttons on the left. So that's all interesting. So there could be some rhyme or reason to where the buttons go, but I don't have much to line up with except the bottom of the picture, perhaps, or the top of, or the below the bottom of the picture is an option. So let's try putting a little thingy right here, a gap. Let's put a gap here. I can adjust these later, but there we go. That's why I locked everything. It's too tiny. I can't move it. There we go. So if I put a gap there, and I'll just make it black. And just mess around and put a few of these. What I want is for them to be the same, the buttons to be the same size as each other and to be different colors. So I will have to make these, get these spaced out properly. But I also want all of these 4 things to be different from each other with not too much similarity. But I need a starting template, so let's put this here. And now these all look good. So let's take these separators and we'll put them in align them all equidistant. Save. Neat. And then let's just copy those to like here. It doesn't always have to be 5, but it's a starting point. Here. And we have top, we have bottom. Okay, something. Alright. It's getting a little bit Star Trek-y. Let me just make them. I should have done this before I duplicated them. I didn't. It's unfortunate. I'm just centering them because I don't want to use them as Pathfinder destructive objects yet, until I have made sure they're not occluding my people's faces, because even though it doesn't matter if this is just a prototype to design, like this whole thing is still too close to one of the pictures. It's not quite right. But I don't want to have anything that distracts me too much from what I'm trying to look at. So save this and save as. Version 7. And now let's Pathfinder this sucker. Separate it all out. Oh, that's a lot of pieces, isn't it? You know what I want to do is do this properly. Trim. Do I want trim? Not sure what I want. Ungroup. There's a lot of extra little pieces here that I don't need, but the important thing is I can leave them grouped, but I need to change the colors of some of the components. So let's go select a component, and let's go to color guide. I do not understand color guide. It's frustrating. So if I select my swoosh, big rounded, swooshes. If I select this, and I get my color guide back, but it's shades, tints. How do you use this thing? Show tints, shades, edit colors, save colors as swatches. Now what? Swatches. Swatches. Here we go. That's better. That's what I want. I just want my swatches to stay and not go away. Alright, so let's change these to some of these colors. I don't necessarily agree with these colors, but I don't necessarily disagree. Okay, this is... So each of these needs some type of pathfindering. And then I just want a sort of semi-consistent feel to this. Yeah, those colors are pretty close. The brown isn't great. And the blue is a bit royal. A bit more royal than it should be. But, oops. Well, let's see. So now we can make this. Can I just add a few of these? Like, I'm not sure which ones I like. This? That one. Let's use that one in a few spots. In a pattern that is not random, but looks neat. And some of these. Now, this blue is troubling me. Looks wrong. If it's based on this, it feels like it should be a little more subdued. Not so royal. You're too royal, Blue. Get out of here. Let's get something subdued. Like this. That's nice. That's almost a gray. That's what I want. Okay, this looks too... I don't know. Sure. More orange. More orange. Yeah. And we'll put little nonsense numbers on them later. See how that looks. So that's cool. Now, yeah, it's getting there. Okay, let's do the same to the side thing, and then to the cross pieces, and then I'll figure out what to do on the top and the bottom. And then I'll have a version that's something. It still needs some words and numbers. So let's see here. So much easier in Illustrator. Oh my god, no idea how much time I wasted in Photoshop before I switched back to Illustrator. I was like, yeah, this is the right tool for the job. Okay, let's get these cross pieces. Sure, let's just move them over here. And, oh, actually, let's make them line up perfectly horizontally with this. That's a good idea. Sorry, what? Say what? What is that? Why does it look like that? I don't know. Maybe it's... yeah, I don't know. Okay. That's pretty good. The number of buttons could change in different places. I can mess with that. But it's not the most important thing. And then this. Oops. No. That I was selecting all of you. Why am I not selecting all of you? Oh dear. Maybe I'm using the wrong tool. them to match with something like that. Kind of aligned with those. Something like that. And maybe one less. Just 3 buttons. Okay, so now we'll have these, and I think these... Wait, what layer are these on? This is kind of chaotic now. Gutters. Yeah, I've messed up some stuff. So I need to remove a few things from some groups and change a few things. So let's do, here's a good group, here's a good group, there's a good group, and there's a bad group. So in this group, let's make a new layer for, well, swooshes actually should be fine. Maybe just have top swooshes and top swoosh, bottom swoosh. Now that they're getting complicated. No, not necessary. So remove some of this stuff. I think what I'm talking about here is this and this. These need to go into here. There we go. So let's get rid of these groups, hide them, and let's hide... Nah, I don't need to hide them. They're kind of good to look at. Okay, let's do this. Wait. Align these. I don't want to make that mistake again. No! Align these. And align these. Just, oh, it didn't work. It really didn't. Because it's already grouped. And this is already grouped. So, select just these, align them. There we go. These minus this, align. Nice. And then Pathfinder them like so. Well, no, like this. And Pathfinder these like this. What is this one called? Trim? Divide, trim, merge, crop. I don't know. It's fine. And then use the other tool, what's this one called? The direct selection tool, to change some colors around. So let's make this. Do I want to make that different? I mean, there's whole bars that are just blue. Blues with a little bit of greenish, brownish, with a little bit of orange. Thank you, Stay Hydrated Bot. Where you been? Where have you been? But I think I like the orange as a frame. Maybe some of these other ones could be more blue. Could have more blue in them. This could be this, and this, and this. That's too many shades of blue, isn't it? How many shades do I have? 1, 2, 3. 3's good. How many shades of orange do I have? 4 if you count the brown. But I don't know about the brown. I'm not sure about the brown yet. Wait, is this different from this? Oh, it is, isn't it? Yes, it is. It's a little different. But not very. It's a little too close. It's much too close. So maybe we should have that deep orange and a sort of another sort of tan, and maybe some of these should be brighter tan. this could be... I feel like there should be another pale blue. Like a very pale blue. What is this one? Oh, this one isn't even in the swatch list. Ew, I don't like that. That's very purple. I'm in the wrong place. I need to go here. And I need to capture some of these nice colors that it gave me. And this one needs to go bye-bye. This one is not on that list. Oh, this is the list down here. Okay, let me do this again. What is happening? There. So I do that. I take... So there's complementary 2, which is one of the better automatically generated options. I could just make my own one color at a time from the examples, but I think I'm okay with this, kind of. But I do think I should alter it. But now I have too many. Huh, that's interesting. I do have too many though. And I think the deep blue has to go. That's fine. But I should have, let's see, the brown. I have some sort of a problem with the brown. So the brown has to go. I keep coming back to the brown being annoying. And then these two are too similar, so one of them has to go. And I'm left with that. But I still have this whole grid of oranges and blues to choose from that I kind of like. So if I move this up here, and I move them around, I can start to see a palette that I can live with. Let's see, darker, medium, light. For that. That's a good 6-color palette. Wait. Yeah. Or should this be here? No. Okay. So that's my 6-color palette that I think I like for the swatches. And now I have to make sure that each of these panels is one of these colors. And that'll make it cohesive. Ooh, that's kind of a nice color though. Where'd I get that color from? Maybe that's better. Ooh. It's in the middle. Maybe I have 7 colors. Maybe I should have 8 colors. I don't know. Okay, this one's on the list. This one is not. So it goes to this. This. That's on the list. That's selected. That's selected. That's not. That becomes this. This is on the list. Good. This is not. So we can turn it into this one. That's good. Oh, it's funny when my fan turns off and I can hear the Enterprise background music better. And I'm like, ooh, it does feel like Star Trek. It's nice. Okay, that looks pretty freaking awesome. Next, I will save as. And it's 1:30. What am I doing tomorrow? What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Saturday. I have to clean the litter boxes, and then if I have energy, I can stream and exercise. So what I still haven't dealt with in this, I feel much better about it now than when I started, because now it looks neat, if nothing else. But I still need a top and a bottom, and I still need text to name a few things, like what game are we playing, um, and maybe the fact that it's a charity stream goes on there somewhere. So let me look again at a couple of LCARS designs. So this says stuff like LCARS database, and oh, you know, I just realized that I was neglecting to check which of these little pop-up windows shows on my stream, and I regret that. So this is a lesson for me that if I, let's see, can I pin these somewhere? If I do that, then it shows up. I should have been doing that the whole time and it would have made more sense. Or I could put it above layers because I don't have that many layers. So I should make sure that all of my toolbars are pinned when I'm doing Adobe design stuff, because then you can see what I'm doing, what tools I'm using, and that's more interesting. Lesson learned. The good news is that I don't have like tons of people who are like, what are you doing? The chat's just not that hopping late at night doing design work, understandably. Let's see. So top and bottom. So stuff that goes on top and bottom is like some, you can interrupt this. Sometimes you have a rounded cap. I haven't done any pills yet, and pills are very LCARS. Also pills that have rectangles, pills that are, well, let's classify these. So there's like pills like, let's do pencil tool. I want to be able to show what I'm pointing at. Paintbrush tool. Paintbrush tool never seems to work, and I don't totally get why. I think it has to be inside of an object or something. Paintbrush tool. Where'd you go? Nope, not inside of an object. Well, one way is to do this. But that didn't work. Why didn't that work? Because I don't know. Where's the stuff that describes the shape I'm making? It should be under properties. Stroke. So stroke is 18 points. There we go. So now I can do that. Make this some kind of hot pink, or in this case, hot mint green. Alright, so putting boxes around things. So pills. We have the basic pill, like that one. We have a pill with its end capped off on one end and recolored, and then the right end has rectangular corners. We have a long pill with a rectangle next to it. We have a long pill with no rectangle next to it. We have a long, what sort of seems like a long pill with carvings, because it's so long, various dividers, turning it into middle parts into rectangles, and the ends into like a little semicircle or a pill thing. So, and here's like a button that's disabled. So you have like various, you have like a grid of rectangles and pill ends where some of them are missing, some of them are blacked out. Having things blacked out is also very LCARS. So this is very interesting. And then sometimes you have big numbers that are next to things. That looks very LCARS. You also have small black numbers inside of the colorful rectangles, which I still have to add to a lot of my rectangles. But pills are important because they add variety to the look. And here, what I've started with here is rectangles. But there's whole sections here that can be all pills. There's room for it in this design. So, I do want pills, but I am getting tired. So I may have to stop soon and go rest and continue on. It'll be easier continuing on. Like, when I started, it was pretty easy because I was overconfident and was like, oh, you know, I'll just copy the design and put some things together. I've used these programs before, it's fine. But there was just like these logical problems of like, how do I get people's faces and names visible and still have room for the decorative stuff and still have room for some kind of play information area, and not make everybody's face teeny tiny. And I couldn't do it for 6 people. I couldn't figure it out. But I can try later, but I need to have something to start with that's like, well, this is, you know, fine. So pills are, let's say, nice to have. What's still necessary is top and bottom, and a bit of some text to say what's going on. So do I put color on top, or just text, or pills, or what? Or one of these bars? The bars don't really go with the other stuff. Oh, you can do one of these interesting swooshes. Hold on. I'm trying to get this so that it'll work properly. Here. Why are you doing that? No fill. Hint. Stroke. Okay. And then delete and make a new one there. So this one has a cool swoosh thing where it goes from here and then it goes down and then it goes to the right again. And that's pretty neat. So that's also nice to have as one of these flows that has more rounded rectangles in the middle, more rounded corners in the middle. And that's doable with some of this, because I could have stuff come down here and then across here and then down here. I wouldn't want it to go like a snake. That would be too much, because I could then go also down here. That would be too much. Oops, I seem to have some white on the side. Oh, that was just a display bug. Okay. Well, I could have the, could have stuff. I do not understand Paintbrush. It does not appear to be a thing that you can use. It's so weird. Hold on, I need to learn how to use Paintbrush in Illustrator. Illustrator Paintbrush. How to work with brushes. Well, there it's not working. Yeah, it's not working. I agree, it's not working. Why can't I use the paintbrush? Because, silly. Obviously, we have to. I don't know why I have to do that. Obviously, you need to do something else first. Which is? Brushes. Window, brushes, basic. No. I'm just watching a YouTube video that's sort of trying to explain what you need to do. Not sure it's doing a good job. Whoops. New brush. Bristle brush, pattern brush, calligraphic brush. Okay. Ah. Yay. Alright. Finally, that's what I wanted for hours. Good to Google things. Or DuckDuckGo things. Alright. So now I can do things like, hey, look. You know, like football stuff. So what I was thinking was I could have this could come up as a rounded rectangle. And this could come down as a rounded rectangle. That's an option. And then it leaves the question of what goes here and what goes here. And those could, like, it could divide this way, or, but that's not very LCARS-like. Now I'm just drawing boobs. So this could go up that way, and it might look cool, or it might just look odd. I could put a pill and probably asymmetry would be better. So I could have this come up this way, and then this go down that way. And that would be more LCARS-like, because LCARS seems to embrace asymmetry most of the time. I mean, that's still kind of symmetrical, not very chaotic. Or it could go this way, and then this could go down that way, and that would look cool too. Kind of like that better. But it doesn't answer the question of what goes in the black areas. So, oh, and the other thing is, this one also, not only are there pills, but there are missing buttons. There are black rectangles, black on black, especially when there's pills, when there's ovals. So let me try that, because it's an easy fix. Let's just take some of these and make them black. Color guide, no, swatches. Where are my swatches? Swatches. No? Can't drag a color from here to swatches? Yes, good. Okay, let's make a couple of these. Nope. Fill. Not stroke. Fill that black. Fill this black. I think it looks okay. I also think that it doesn't do as much. It's not as good having black rectangles with nothing next to them as it does when there's something next to them, or when it's pills. Especially when it's a grid, like a 2x3, or 3x10 grid of stuff. That's where the black things look really good, because the negative space implies a button because of the grid. I guess I have that here, and I suppose some of these can be pills, so maybe that's good. Maybe I just didn't do it chaotically enough. It should be inconsistent. Something like that. Okay, I can come back to that. So I think I want this to be another one of these. And can I just copy this and use it? I don't know. I don't need to necessarily. I can make a new one. It's not that hard, I think. Sorry, wait. Where am I? Where am I? I'm in swooshes. Let's rename this to left swooshes. And then let's make this top swoosh. Okay, I'll pull this in to make it a rounded rectangle like that. And then make another one that is, let's see, it goes down to there. I'll just make that another color just so we can see it. And then pull this in down to there. And then lose these painty lines and put these together as Pathfinder. Where are you, Pathfinder? Here we go. Probably, well, maybe I can just do make clipping path, compound path, guides. Let's just divide them all into pieces and ungroup, and then take these two and delete them. Oops. Take this, delete, take this, delete. Okay. And then chop that off. What I have failed to do is make that orange section on top thick enough to put some large text in. And that's because I was trying to make the rounded rectangle come down into the gutter. And I think I don't have to do that quite so much. I think I can modify that. So if I take these 2 points and this point, and I move them down like this, they don't cut off the picture very much. But also the only reason they cut off the picture is that these are in the wrong place. They just need to scooch over. Not that much. Good. Okay, let's get rid of no, not boxes. Gutters? Where's gutters? Change boxes to humans. People small. Not using that anymore. I have a bunch of versions I'm not using, so let's get rid of them. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. What's this? I don't know. No, get rid of that. Get rid of stuff I'm not using anymore. Yeah. Yep. It's looking better. It's coming along. Okay, so these points are not in the right place. They need to scooch over to there, so it's not too wide. The gutter may be in the wrong place, and I may have to change that. But it's getting closer. Closer to what I want. Okay, let me take the whole shape and scooch it down a little bit. Maybe, no, that's good. And then the cap on the left, like I gotta chop this piece off on the left, but I'm thinking of making this part, thinking of making like a pill right here, a pill capper. Oops. Like, oops. Come on. Let me do it. Let me do it. pill capper right there. I think that would be good. But first, I would like to get rid of this thing. I think the palette can go now. Oh, it was going to be purple. Right. Blue's probably better. I chose the palette first from some other LCARS example. Is that far enough away? Yes, maybe, kind of. I also have to chop up this piece here. Well, let's fill it with color and then start chopping some more. So do that. And I don't know yet. Let's just cut this. Just doing what comes to me. No. Ungroup. Alright, and then this needs to go back further. Much further. What happened to top swoosh? There's top swoosh. That's better. And then gutters needs to ungroup so I can lose this bar. That's better. I think. Yeah, probably. It's kind of nicking this picture here, but honestly, I'm not sure I align the pictures necessarily yet anyway. This pass is more about coming up with a design aesthetic. This does not have to be orange, and it does not need to extend all the way down there because we got lots of little pieces to do all that work. I do see something that bothers me. Oh, it was a lie. Up close it was a lie, but it really looked like this was covering part of the photo. And I don't want that to be a possibility at certain resolutions, but not others. So I'd rather fix that right away and make it so it's not really a problem. Let's see, so I was thinking this needs to get chopped. Chop, chop. Just do it like that. Am I still in the right place? Top swoosh? Probably. Ungroup. Click. Click. I think that worked. Layer 21 seems to be empty. Let's get rid of that. This is... okay. So this goes away, and that's what I wanted. Neat. Save. Then, I think I can just take this and rotate it and stick it down here, and it should work okay. Yep. Looks pretty good. Pretty slick. Just kind of gently nudge it. Okay, let's do this. Let's get rid of that and that, I guess, maybe. And then this, well, maybe I could just take these two pieces and just move them down, and that should pretty much handle it. Okay, now I was thinking color. In terms of color, it's a lot of orange. What if this went blue and this went blue? Is that too much blue? Not sure. Maybe this can go orange. Or maybe this can go like that, so it looks like it's connected. Let's see, this could all be blue. Maybe. But then that would be orange. Probably. I don't know, that's a lot of blue. LCARS isn't like that consistent with like, hey, look, here's this line. It's meant to be like, yeah, there's lines and they follow imaginary connected pieces, but they also just like get interrupted and do crazy stuff. And it doesn't like follow a color. It's more like these are things next to each other that are similar colors, and these are things next to each other that are not similar colors. There's like some of the swooshes where they continue, tell a story of that swoosh continuing its dominant color, and other ones don't. Other ones don't. This one's a bit too orange, but it's just a different, it's a variation. It's not too orange. It's a variation. Let me see, what else do I have? Okay, so here's an example of a swoosh that goes, paintbrush, swoosh that goes, oh weird, I have to do this again, huh? New brush, okay. This swoosh goes like that, but it ends on a rectangle cap. So that's kind of something. I don't understand why this brush is coming out white when I'm very clearly selecting green for it. Bizarre. Bizarre. Confusing. But here it ends in a cap that is like a pill. And here it ends in a cap that is like a rectangle. And here's pill again. Here's pill on the right, rectangle on the, I don't know, other places. There's lots of ways, lots of interpretations. Okay. It just helps to look at a few other ones sometimes and see like what's up, what's it doing, what else is happening. So that's pretty neat. And then to make a pill, let's make a pill. We'd use the ellipse tool, and let's say things on the right want to end in pills. That sounds like a perfectly good principle to start with, at least. Let's make this circle the same height as the thickness of this pipe. I think that would probably be, that looks about right. And that's about where it should end. And then we'll chop the pipe here in the middle of the circle. What just happened? Oh, display problem. In the middle of the circle, we'll chop the pipe. Select, the selection tool is V. We'll select these two and Pathfinder, split them, ungroup, and delete. And boom, we got that. Group these. I could Pathfinder them, but it doesn't matter. And now I have, for this height of a pipe, at least, I have the beginnings of a pill that I can reuse. It's kind of a dick, but it won't be too much of a dick for long. Let's see, so this can Pathfinder with that. Let me just get these safely out of the way because I don't know what layer I'm on. I'm in top swoosh layer, which is wrong. This is, I'm going to call this cross swoosh because it crosses through the middle. This one is going to be, move this and this to layer 6. Layer 6 is going to be top pill. And we're going to Pathfinder split them, ungroup, and delete the excess. Oh no. Oh, I missed the circle. Because I didn't attach it before. Okay, move it down here. Call this layer top pill. Move all 3 of these into top pill. Save. Pathfinder, separate these. Pathfinder, unionize these. Merge. That's the word. I'll merge these also. And then move this up here. See how it looks. Looks okay. Scooch these over. And we got something. Color guide. Where's my swatches? Where are my swatches? Where did you put them? Swatches. Okay. That's okay. I could pill the left side too. Or not. I don't know yet. Okay, let me take this pill and put it down here. I have whip it in my head because of something that happened with the cats earlier today. I don't know if it made any sense, but it happened. Okay, so now these 2 points need to go over here. Is that right? Oh, his picture's so dark I can't tell. This picture, I don't know, looks kind of like it should go a little further. That's good. I guess. Something like that. But now this side looks like it should go a little further. There we go. And then this can be another color. Nah. Okay. Something like that. And now all the horizontal bars need a lot more chopping up, decoratively speaking. But first, we do need to know where the text is going to go. I'm kind of liking having the names in a pale color underneath the faces. Let's see. So if I do, let me unlock the people, humans. What color is this? It could be brighter. I believe in high contrast for text. Whether it's light on dark or dark on light, I am a strong believer in high contrast. It doesn't have to be black and white, but it should be high contrast, highly readable. Which again, already these are hard to read because the font is not the easiest font. But it is thematic. More food. I haven't eaten enough dinner. what's cool is that once I have this, like I can use this as a template to then make a version with 4 people, and the center can be all informational. Version with 5 people, one of these can be informational. So that's a reasonable start. It's a plausible way of doing 4, 5, and 6 players. For 7 players, I'd have to do some more drastic changes. But this is pretty cool. And if we do have 7 players, that's fine. I can change it. I can make the picture smaller and do other things. And the principles are here, and I have the pieces. So I switched to Illustrator. Jeez. But the question is, where do I put Star Trek Adventures and labels? Too bad Adventures is such a long word. I could have put it in like one of these vertical spaces. It looks like these people are playing Star Trek Adventures. People on the right, they're not playing. Or I could put it over here, and then it's like just her. She's playing Star Trek Adventures. Just them. So, but that's okay, because there's going to be more. I'm going to break up the horizontal bars more. They're going to be a lot more busy. The other cool thing is that once I have a version that I like, I can modify. I can make another copy of it that has like a lot of yellow and a version that has a lot of red. And so if the story calls for yellow alert or red alert, then I could have a button ready to switch to those, which Geek and Sundry did, and it was awesome, and it would be fun to do that. So we still need like nonsense numbers all over the place. Now let me go back to some of the RPG examples. Let's see, they have faces and names and a background that's thematic. And then they have the name of the game in a font that matches the theme. And then if they have room, they have some other information about what's happening in the game. Sometimes they have the logo of the game as part of essentially just, this looks like it's just the cover of the book. Sort of. Yeah, okay. So that's generally enough information, at least. There isn't any other information that I need to put. It's not a Roll20 sponsored thing with a bunch of ads that have to go at the bottom. Everybody's ad for themselves is their Twitter handle or whatever's on the second line for them. But this looks terrible. This teeny tiny Star Trek Adventures looks really bad. And I'm thinking that I wish that the top were thicker and the bottom were thinner. And I'm thinking that that's possible to do and maybe not that hard. And that would make it possible to have the title be taller and wider, because it would be a bigger font. So maybe I'll do that. version 9. So to do that, I need to make a few changes. But they're not too bad, these changes. So one of them is to shrink this down proportionally to the size that I want it. And then take the left points and extend them over. That's a piece of it. For this, it's a little trickier. I need to, let's see, just make it over again. Make the rounded rectangle. Have this come down further. Wait, no, it's not that big a deal. I just need this. I need these points to come down to about, whoa, Zymertrax. Zymertrax. Thank you for the follow, Zymertrax. Yo, when's your birthday? If you like my vids, I would appreciate it. What? Okay, it's generally not the best etiquette to use someone else's chat just to promote your own stuff, but whatever. Not a ton going on in my chat, so I forgive you. Did I put that in my rules? I probably didn't. I probably should. Now I know why people do that. Now I know why people put that in their rules. Because otherwise people come in and spam your chat without wanting to talk about what you're doing or who you are. They just want to get other people to look at their stuff. And my chat is pretty empty, so it's kind of a weird move. When's my birthday? It's a weird question to ask with an ad for something else. Okay, so this is now the same height as this. And the circle is busted. That's the only part that's busted. So if I just... I can fix it because I can just chop it off. Oops, I gotta talk quietly. I can just chop it like this. And extend this over. Give it a circle. Join these two pieces together, merge them, and that's pretty much it. If I want to scooch it over, I can, but I don't need to. Okay, so now the bottom has been shrunkified, and now I can move a lot of other pieces down, piece by piece, to make room for the top to grow. So let's do that. What just happened with these names? I think I accidentally moved this name down. Let me move it back up so it matches the other one. Nope. Here, I'll just do this. These are all aligned across the top, and now they're going to all move down together, along with this. And they will go to about there. Now these pieces. Oh, you know what? I should have done this too. Yeah, That's better. Cool. And now I think this, let's unlock the swooshes. Unlock the left swooshes. Take these pieces and scooch down the swoosh. So Zymertrax, were you just here to promote your stream, or did you actually want to talk about anything else, like what I'm doing? Because if you're just here to promote your stream and you have nothing else to say, I think that's very transparent. But if you also were looking for a stream to hang out in, then you are most welcome to hang out. And I should definitely lower my volume, because I heard the hell out of that alert. I don't want to hit my microphone when that happens. So we're scooching these. Scooch. Scoochy boochy. To here. I missed one. Keep them together. To about there. And now we're looking good, because now we're going to have a nice wide top. That's going to be very nice. Very nice. I'm just going to expand this pill, knowing that I have to recap it. Actually, that's not the right approach. I'm going to expand it this way, make it a long bullet. Like that. And then I'll just take these 2 points on the end here. Whoops. And put them here. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, now this one, let me think. What is the right way? I think I just need this point, and this point to move down. That is about right. Which means Star Trek can now, at long last, Star Trek Adventures can be this big. I'm not sure where to put it, but I like it better bigger. It looks better. And it looks better having an asymmetrical top and bottom. And maybe this should be a pill on both sides. I don't know. I haven't decided. I need to chop this off because it's distracting me. Save. Neat. Now, we need, I think this should be this color. I think I need more of that color in general. Maybe this? Maybe not. And now we've got some divisions on the vertical bars, but we need divisions on the horizontal bars. And we don't have any divisions on the vertical bars reaching all the way up to a divider. I didn't realize until now. Although, that might be easy to fix. If I just take these pieces and move them, oops. And move them all down to here, then bad things happen. Terrible things. What? Okay, well, hold on. Let's start hiding some layers. Figure out what's happening. Top swoosh, top pill, oh, top and bottom pills. And then there's gutters, labels, gutters. Hide some gutters. And we're down to just this gutter. And if we ungroup it, then we see that what it's made out of isn't what I thought. It's not one bar and then a bunch of pieces. It's that I already cut it all up. And it's all, I can't move those buttons without also doing other stuff. So let's see. But what I can do is copy some of them. I don't need this one. I need these. Oops. These. Copy. Zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Oh, well, it doesn't quite line up, does it? Maybe it would be better to move them. Let's just take these and put them here. And then now it looks a bit too symmetrical. A bit too symmetrical. Better. Nope, 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 nope. Hey, thank you, Stay Hydrated Bot. And now let's move, take all these, minus this, and scooch it all down. Scooch it all down the road. I think scooch it down to here. Whoops. Down to here? Probably. And then this can just get a little longer. And then something went wrong here. Oh, that is the bottom of the pipe. So here, this pipe, since it's in the back, now it could just go all the way down to here. But now it has to go, it has to be in the back. Okay, good. Let's show everything. There we go. That's better. Not in love with this positioning of this black button. Maybe one here. I like that better. And this one I don't like. It's too similar on the other side. And now I feel like there's maybe too many. I don't know. It's okay. That's pretty good. LCARS is hard. So we need some horizontal divisions. We need some divisions on the horizontal piece. All the horizontal pieces. Now that I have an idea, this is one possible LCARS layout. Whoops, something went wrong. Oh, I know I'm wrong. I had an old thing that I didn't want anymore. So now that I have one possible LCARS layout, I don't know what I was going to say. I'm very tired. Let's put some numbers on. It'll look better with numbers. Numbers go like this. So there's words sometimes. If you want it to look like a real interface. And there's some kind of letters that mean nothing. Mean very little. And a bunch of numbers here and there. There's sometimes just numbers with dashes. Those are good. So like little short number hyphen longer number. What I really should be spending my time on is like getting really good at the rules, reading all the rules and learning, getting really good at them, and then practicing games and like reading adventures and crafting an adventure. That's more important than this. But when you have an idea for something like this and you just want to try it, you know, it's fine. And also, sometimes when I do stuff like this, it makes me more invested in what I'm doing. And that's valuable because it can give me motivation to be like, okay, so I made that really cool layout thing and I want to use it. So I have to learn the rules and practice doing streams of the game with my friends and hopefully be able to do it for the charity stream and like cool stuff like that. So let's do a new layer of I mean, that's not right. These should be grouped with thing, with the button, not as a top layer. This isn't Photoshop. This is Illustrator. So like, it shouldn't be in gutters because it's not part of gutters. It's part of swooshes. Top swoosh. Top swoosh is wrong. This is cross swoosh. Where's the other cross swoosh? Here's left swooshes. This is pills. Those are the pills. This is left swooshes. Okay, so it should be in left swooshes. That's clear. Where did my lineups go? Oh, we didn't brush the cat's teeth. Oh, you know what? It's 2:30, and I'm gonna go brush the cat's teeth if possible, and then I'm gonna get some rest. If you are the one viewer who's still here, have a great night and go have a. Oh, is it Delaney? Delaney is still in the bottom of the stream avatars. Delaney, have a great night, great morning, great day, and I'll see you next time. I will continue this on or off stream and get it done. Good night.